Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Tat Chayora Vrinimahe Gatui Yajnaya Gatui Yajnapataye Daivi Swastirastu Naha Swastirmanushebhyaha Urdhvam Jigatu Bheshajam Shanno Astu Dvipade Sham Chatushpade. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Bhadram Karnebhi Srinayama Deva Bhadram Pashyema Kshabhiryajatra Sthirairangai Stuštuvagum Sastanobhihi Vyashema Devahitai Yadayuhu Swasti na Indro Vridhashravaha Swasti na Pusha Vishwavedaha Swasti nastarksho arishtyanemihi Swasti no Brihaspatir Dadhatu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Apyayantu Mama
Nani
Vak Pranas Chakshusrotramatho Balamindriyani Cha Sarvani Sarvam Brahmopanishadam Maham Brahma Nirakuryam Mama Brahma Nirakarot Anirakaranamastu Nirakaranam Mestu Tadatmani Nirateya Upanishatsu Dharmaste Mai Santu Te Mai Santu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat.
A very good morning to all the august audience present here. Today is a very special day. Today we have assembled here to celebrate the Azadi Ki Amrit Mahotsav, which has been going on through the year at different parts of the country. In commemoration of the 100 days countdown of the International Day of Yoga 2022, which falls on the 21st of June 2022, the Government of India, Ministry of Ayush, has taken up a project which is Yoga Mahotsav celebration across 100 different places in the country. So it happens to fall today in this university. We are being allocated to celebrate this day. So we began the day with the celebration of the Common Yoga Protocol demonstration, which was held in the morning in the presence of our chief guest, Honorable Professor Jai Prakash Verma, the Vice Chancellor of the Sri Sri Aniruddha Dev University in Assam. We are really happy and very, very privileged that Sir has come all the way amidst his busy schedule and given us time for the whole day. This program that we have taken up in commemoration of the 100 days countdown of the International Day of Yoga is a month-long program which starts today. After this, we have lined up two webinar series on yoga. One is titled Fascinating Facets of Multifaceted Yoga, which will start on the 29th of May and go till 13th of June. Then there will be another webinar, Four Yogas and Their Synthesis, as taught by Swami Vivekananda, from 14th to 20th June. Both these webinars are free and it will be held every day evening 6 to 7 p.m. I encourage all the participants here to register for this webinar and enjoy the enlightening talks. After this, on 4th and 5th of June, we have a workshop titled Science of Yoga. This is open to participants, all participants who have registered here, as well as all students and the people in general. And in the end, we will be celebrating the International Day of Yoga on 21st of June in a big way, as we do every year. So this is our month-long program, and which starts on this very special day. I heartily welcome our chief guest, Professor Jayaprakash Verma, who is the Vice Chancellor of Sri Sri Anuruddha Dev Sports University of Assam. Professor Verma is a very, very accomplished academician in the field of sports as well as yoga. He is the founder, Vice Chancellor of the Sri Sri Anuruddha Dev Sports University, and he has over 38 years of experience as a faculty of physical education at the famous Lakshmi Bai National Institute of Physical Education at Gwalior. He was also the former Vice Chancellor of the LNIP University. He has a very accomplished research project done on talent identification in sports, and this was done with a grant of the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. He has developed mechanisms to identify talent in 4 different sports, namely athletics, basketball, gymnastics, and at the early age in 18 to 13 years, so that the athletes can be trained for winning medals in international level. Professor Verma has a patent to his credit on fitness watch, a very, very interesting device that he has developed, and he will be thankfully he will be delivering some aspects of this fitness program that he has developed. So with these few words, I really welcome all the audience over here, and I welcome our chief guest. And I am also very, very grateful and obliged to our revered Pro Chancellor Maharaj, Swami Atmapriyanandji Maharaj, and revered Vice Chancellor Maharaj, Swami Sarvottamanandji Maharaj, who has graced this occasion by coming here. They were also present in the morning yoga practice session. So my namaskars to all the audience, and my pranams to all the Swamis over here, and my special regards to the chief guest over here. With these few words, we begin the program. So as the inaugural speech, I request our revered Pro Chancellor Swami Atmapriyanandji Maharaj to come and deliver his speech on dimensions of yoga.
Om Namah Shri Yatirajaya Vivekananda Suraye Satchit Sukhaswarupaya Swamine Tapaharine. As you know, 21st of June has been declared by the United Nations as the International Day of Yoga. Unfortunately, for the past 2 years, we have not been able to celebrate it in a big way because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So this year, with a vengeance, people are trying to celebrate this in a big way. And the Ministry of Ayush, Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and Homeopathy, Government of India has especially requested certain organizations to celebrate this. And we have been chosen one of these organizations. And in the morning, we had a demonstration of the yoga, which is part of yoga demonstration in iconic places. Belur Math being one of the most iconic place in India. They have chosen Belur Math and given us the responsibility to conduct this in Belur Math in front of Swami Vivekananda statue, which we had in the morning. So Swami Vivekananda, as you know, was the person who introduced yoga to the West. He took yoga and propagated the 4 famous yoga paths, the Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Raja Yoga, and Karma Yoga. So much so, one of the American disciples, Sister Christine, very humorously and poignantly described, we were almost sorry that only 4 yogas existed. Because Swamiji's series of yoga was ending with the 4th. So Swamiji's exposition was very illuminating, scientific, timely, and he made it simple. In fact, Swami Vivekananda first propagated the idea of the samanvaya of the yogas, the 4 yogas. Swami Sarvottomanandi was speaking of some aspects of Raja Yoga immediately after me. When Swami Vivekananda taught the Raja Yoga, many of the people, the doctors, the physicians, psychologists, all of them were really fascinated. Sir William James was a very famous psychologist at that time and a philosopher who wrote a book, Varieties of Religious Experience, was charmed by Swami Vivekananda's exposition of Raja Yoga, and particularly the idea of the Kundalini and the awakening of the Kundalini, the power flowing through the spinal cord called the Sushumna. What is the anatomic basis of that? There was a lot of excitement at that time, and not much research could be done because apparatus was not available. Now, some research is being done, particularly in the NIMHANS, the National Institute of devoted to mental health, as you know, in Bangalore, with which we have tied up through a memorandum of understanding. Institute of Consciousness Studies has been started there. And we also have started a center of Vivekananda Center of Consciousness Studies. A big research is being done scientifically to validate yoga. There are 2 streams in our country. One stream saying that all that the West is now saying was all available in the Vedas. You know, Rabindranath's famous parody, Shab Vede Ache. When anything you say, Vede Ache. So this is one thing, this is fanatically you keep on claiming everything is in the yoga, but mere claim will not do. You have to scientifically validate and vet and prove. The other group saying there is nothing existed in India, everything is borrowed from the West. So both the extremes are bad, and Swami Vivekananda therefore wanted the best elements of the East and West should be harmoniously combined. In fact, in the last day of his life on this earth, 4th of July 1902, he was having a walk with his very dear brother disciple Swami Premanandaji at Belur, and he said in Bengali, Prachin Bharatiya Dhara bojai rekhe, tar songe আধুনিক জ্ঞান বিজ্ঞানের অনুশীলনও যাতে হয় এমন একটি বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় বেলুড় মঠে গড়ে তুলতে হবে. So keeping the ancient Indian ideal intact and blending it harmoniously with the modern scientific thinking, we should establish a university at Belur Math. That was Swami Vivekananda's thinking. So trying to humbly actualize Swami Vivekananda's vision in this regard, this university, which has been established by the Ramakrishna Mission in Swami Vivekananda's hallowed name, has started a school of Indian heritage along with the School of Mathematical Sciences, Biological Sciences, and various other sciences. And one of the important components of this School of Indian Heritage is the classical Sanskrit, yoga, along with sports science, with the modern techniques. We're trying to combine these two, and the dimensions of yoga are very, very vast. As you know, yoga usually is considered a union. The 3 meanings are given to the dhatu, or the verbal root called yuju dhatu, from which yoga comes. The Panini's dhatu patha says yujuri yoge is union, and yuju samadho, it is meditation, or the higher realms of experience in samadhi. And the third is yuju saniyamane, control of the senses and control of every limb of your body. All the 3 put together, comprehensively, the yoga is called a science by which you can awaken your consciousness from the lower levels to higher and higher levels. It is possible that a human person, a human being, can elevate himself to the divine, and you, I, every human being in this world has two dimensions. One is the finite, the other is the infinite. The realization of the infinite dimension, which is already there in you, nothing is borrowed from outside, is the purpose of yoga. Swami Vivekananda very funnily wrote in a letter to E.T.'s 30 years English disciple, I want to give them and the Westerners, I want to give them hard, dry reason, Jnana Yoga, soaked in the sweetest syrup of love, Bhakti Yoga, made spicy with work, Karma Yoga, and cooked in the kitchen of yoga, Raja Yoga, so that even a baby may be easily able to digest it. That was Swami Vivekananda's great task. And we who have inherited his sacred legacy owe it to the world to take this forward and scientifically vet it on the one hand, on the other hand, practice in our daily lives and live a life of impeccable character, of purity, unselfishness, and truthfulness, so that we will not only champion the cause of yoga, but will also be yogis ourselves. So I end with the exhortation of Sri Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, Tasmad yogi bhavarjuna. O Arjuna, therefore be you a yogi. Thank you.
My humble pranams to revered Swami Atmapriyanandaji Maharaj for his enlightening and enthusiastic talk. I now request revered Vice Chancellor Swami Sarvottamanandaji to please deliver his speech on Swami Vivekananda's Raja Yoga. Yes.
Namah Shri Yatirajaya Vivekananda Suraye Satchit Sukhat Swarupaya Swamine Tapaharine. Respected Swami Atmapriyanandaji Maharaj, respected Professor J.P. Verma, respected Professor U.S. Rai, other teachers, my dear brahmacharis and sadhus, and dear students. And the topic of my talk is Swami Vivekananda's Raj Yoga in modern times. You may think that what is the significance of Raj Yoga in yoga? Because we generally, because we are monastic members of Ramakrishna mission, we generally see both Raj Yoga and Hatha Yoga as as the same system of thought, same system of practices. We don't differentiate them as two different practices. This is because of our being we have a certain way of thinking, we have certain beliefs for the goal of life. Because of that, we take it together. And I want to point out the fact why I want to tell you why we think that Raj Yoga should be also considered, or at least we should keep that in mind when we are doing Hatha Yoga. Because it is my belief. I mean, you may not share that belief, but my belief is that Raj Yoga is the lifeblood of Hatha Yoga. We are only mostly interested in Hatha Yoga because the results of Hatha Yoga are clear to see. But Patanjali Yoga Sutra, which is one of the most ancient treatises on the yogas, it deals with Raj Yoga quite a bit. Swamiji, he gave lectures on Raj Yoga, and his interpretation is a very modern interpretation. In fact, he is the person who said that the scientific way of doing spiritual practice is Raj Yoga. Before that, generally Raj Yoga or Hatha Yoga were done in very traditional way. People did not even know that there are scientific methodologies involved in Raj Yoga. Swamiji was the first person who pointed out this fact when he taught Raj Yoga in West, as Swami Atmapriyanji has mentioned. Raj Yoga is a way of life. It's not just a system. We think that it's just a system to maintain health, or at most it is a system of doing sadhana. But it is actually a way of life. Like, for example, science also. It's not just a subject that you study in schools or colleges. It is a way of thinking, way of life. It is a holistic viewpoint of holistic worldview. So Raj Yoga is also similar to that. Raj Yoga, the principles of Raj Yogas are, for example, it says that everything can be achieved by control of mind. That is what I mean by when I say that it's a way of life. For example, American way of life, we say, what does it mean? It says that if you put enough effort, then you can attain anything. Similarly, in Raj Yoga also, it says that you can attain anything, you can be anything by control of mind. It is different from bhakti or jnana or karma yoga. Here, when it says that you can attain everything, so it also gives you a methodology. So it's a step-by-step method, the Ashtanga Yoga, by which you can have control of mind, and by that you can attain anything. Second important thing about Raj Yoga, which differentiates it from, for example, other systems like Vedanta, it believes in evolution. See, Jatyantar Parinama, then next shloka, Nimittakam, Aprayojakam. In those shlokas, it says that we can actually evolve, we can develop ourselves. See, Vedanta does not believe in that. In Vedanta, we are already Atma. So there is no question of development, no question of evolution in Atma. And everything else is just Maya. But Raj Yoga is, because it is its underlying philosophy is Sankhya. So the worldview is that you can evolve yourself by controlling your mind, and you can attain anything. So this is the worldview of Raj Yoga, and that makes it different from other yogas and very important in modern life also. Because it is still in contemporary times, it is still significant. Because it does not say anything about, it does not have any superstitious dogmas. It is scientific in the way that it gives you some methods which are actually simple steps like breathing exercises, then postures, and pratyahar, dharana, dhyan, samadhi. Pratyahar, I equate it with willpower. Dharana is concentration, and meditation, dhyan is meditation, samadhi. Samadhi and meditation, though people are not very acquainted with, but we know about willpower and concentration. So there is nothing superstitious, dogma, no superstitious dogma are there. The things that Raj Yoga tells about are very simple, and those things are easily practicable. So this makes Raj Yoga a complete holistic method holistic and modern method to achieve anything. And it is easy for us, for the modern people, to have faith and belief in Raj Yoga. In fact, many people who do Hatha Yoga, they actually, there is no need for to be theistic or to believe in God, actually. That is why you see many of the Buddhistic practices also, though they change the name, But if you see the Vipassana and other Zen Buddhism and Theravada Buddhism, their practices are also the meditative practices. They are also Raj Yoga. So Raj Yoga similar to Hatha Yoga. Hatha Yoga also, when you teach Hatha Yoga to people, you don't say, you don't tell them that while doing Hatha Yoga, you have to believe certain concepts. Similarly, in Raj Yoga also, same thing can happen. Only thing is you have to fix the goal of life. And the Raj Yoga, because as Prabhakar Maharaj said, that yoga part is important. So yoga part is important means we have to have the goal of life in our mind. And we have to do yoga with that goal. Yoga is associated with goal, or we have to attain that goal. So these two things, one is your way of life, that is, it is control of mind can lead you to achieve anything. And second thing is this yoga part, that is we have to keep our goal of life in front of us. These two things make what is called Raj Yoga. So with this, I would finish my talk. Thank you very much. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat.
Thank you, Maharaj. Our humble pranams to revered Sarvattomanandaji for his nice talk. I would now like to request revered Pro-Chancellor Maharaj to felicitate our chief guest, Professor Jai Prakash Verma ji.
One of my recent publications on the self-sustaining power of research published by a speaker.
Prestigious publishers determining sample size and power research studies, a manual for research.
More about this
Newsletter for the new university teachers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind gesture. Now we will have the speech by our chief guest, Professor J.P. Verma. Prior to that, I will just introduce him to you with a few words. As I said, Professor Verma is the founder Vice Chancellor of Sri Sri Anuruddha Dev Sports University in Assam. He has over 38 years of experience as a faculty of physical education in the famous Lakshmi Bai National Institute of Physical Education in Gwalior. He was also the vice chancellor of LNIP at some point. Professor Verma has, to his credit, published research papers in the area of sports, physical education, etc. And he is very, very famous for his introduction of a new academic discipline called sports statistics, which brings rigor to the research methodology in sports and physical education. He has published several books by top publishers like Wiley, Springer, McGraw-Hill, etc. He has, to his credit, developed a method to identify talent in sports at early age. And this is with the aim so that athletes can be groomed for winning medals in national and international level. He has also, to his credit, developed a patent called Fitness Watch, which he will also talk about during his discourse. He was a visiting fellow of the University of Sydney in 2002, and he has developed methods used by hard sciences from his own research for the benefit of sports and physical education. We are really, really thankful and grateful to Professor Verma, who has come all the way from Assam, and he is going to spend 2 days with us. We are really looking forward to his enlightening talks. And as you know, in the second half of today, he has we have specially reserved him for a lecture on research methodology for our PhD scholars. So we are really looking forward to both the sessions over the day. So with these few words, I request Professor Verma to please come on stage.
This presentation we started. Yes. Honorable Atmapriyanand Maharaj, Swami Sarvatmanand Maharaj, other dignitaries, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege for me to be here at this university. And I'm thankful to Swamiji, with whom I am acquainted for the last 4 or 5 years, I suppose. He visited once in Gwalior, and then we had a talk. And then after that, we keep on talking on so many common issues. So I was very much happy when he said, "Ki you are supposed to come here," because of 2 reasons. One of the reasons is I wanted to see the Vellore Mutt, and for the last many, many years. And the second thing, I wanted to have his company for a day or 2, so that I can also get some enlightenment. Yesterday, when I met Swamiji, he said ki in the morning session, you are supposed to speak something on yoga. So then I was thinking ki I am here for deliberating some of the topics on research methodology. And I have been told to speak on yoga. And but of course, yoga, I've done some work, but I'm not very much well acquainted. So I thought, what to speak so that it can sensitize all the audience. So then I thought, okay, let me share my experience, because all those kind of things Swamiji has spoken, I cannot go beyond that. But my experience with the yoga. So there is always some tangible, intangible benefits. You all know the yoga has taken the driver's seat in the whole world, especially after 2015, when the International Yoga Day was observed. And many of the foreign universities have started the yoga program in their own curriculum. And they are very much eager to get the yoga teachers from India. But the only problem, what they say is, sometimes they have a problem in their communication skill, and another time their caliber. So if your caliber is good, if the teacher is good, I think you are most welcome in the West. So this is the scenario, and I think this profession has a very wider opportunity across the world. I always feel that whomsoever we groom, we should groom for the world market, not for the Indian market. And therefore, all our curriculum should be such so that our acceptability of the product should be in the world market. So there is no problem of jobs. So what is hindering us? So all those kind of issues we'll be discussing in the evening. Today, I'm going to speak something on one of the dimensions of yoga, that is the meditation. This is one of the dimensions of yoga, and which has changed my whole life. It has lots of impact on my life. So therefore, I thought, why not to put all those my experience in the form of a story, so that it can encourage the student. This is your life. This is my life. I experiment with my life. You can experiment with your life. So I never teach anything, because the moment when I used to teach my student, I was a failure. When I stopped teaching, I was a successful man. So because Swami Vivekananda says, everything is being done automatically. एक प्लांट जो है, प्लांट बढ़ता अपने आप ही बढ़ता है, उसको आप बढ़ाते नहीं हो. आप क्या करते हो? यू आर सिंपली क्रिएटिंग ए गुड एटमॉस्फेयर. आप उसको खाद दे देते हो, पानी दे देते हो, बढ़ता वो अपने आप है. एक जरा से एक कितने किलो का प्लांट हो जाता है, कहाँ से आता है? Similarly, all the students, all the people, they learn of their own. I can't teach them. I was teaching for 25 years. I was a failure. One very fine evening, I thought, what I'm doing? I'm a failure. I can't, bind a student for 50 minutes. So then I changed my pedagogy. I was sharing with Swamiji yesterday that my experience goes that anything can be taught to anyone by changing the pedagogy. And therefore, I need not to teach anyone. I simply have to sensitize the people. I have to clear the roadblocks. And therefore, I have experimented with my life, with the meditation, and this is up to you to experiment with the different kind of yoga practices and so on. So it so happened in early 90s, there was an opportunity to learn the meditation. Some of my colleagues, they say, there is some training going on. Would you like to join? I said, yes, why not? Some enthusiastic approach was there. I joined. 3 days program was there. When I joined the program, it was just a fun. But after 3 days, I found some change in my mind. I was able to concentrate for a fraction of a second or something like that. We practiced in a group. And after practicing, there was a sea change. Maybe it took around 10 years' time. But then I thought it has transformed my way of thinking. One of the professor of MIT says, 3 things are important for your success in your life. 1, ability to speak. 2nd, ability to write. And the 3rd, quality of your thought. So the quality of thought, from where you get the quality of thought? It's only when your minds are very clean, your minds are pure. Whole day, we are facing some kind of stimuli. कभी आपको किसी का फेस अच्छा नहीं लगता, इरिटेशन होता है, कभी किसी से मिलकर आपको अच्छा लगता है, कभी आपका बॉस से झगड़ा हो जाता है, कभी कलीग से झगड़ा हो जाता है. So if you see your lifestyle right from the morning till evening, whole day it is under pressure. कभी आपसे किसी आर्गुमेंट में झगड़ा हो जाता है. So all these dramas keeps on going. So therefore, end of the day, I clean my body, but I never clean our mind. So how to clean your mind? So there are several ways. And one of the best ways is the meditation. So in that, I've made certain presentation. Why I made a presentation? Just to make a story. It's just a kind of a story, nothing else. So I thought yesterday I was thinking what to speak. So I made this presentation a few years back. So I could take it out and then I just modified it. And then I'm just placing in front of you. Now, if you say meditation, I always feel it's a way of life. Why it's a way of life? Because when you do meditation, there are so many things which are happening in the mind. There's a concept of wellness. There's a concept of fitness and there's a concept of wellness. So wellness is a very well taken word nowadays. Fitness is a physical and wellness is all about like physical, mental and spiritual all. So the concept of wellness is, getting momentum nowadays. And therefore, if you take up this meditation, it is one of the leg of wellness. So what is basically a meditation? It's a practice of concentration. Usually, आपने सुना होगा कि Jain meditation and so many other kind of meditations are there. तो उसमें हम लोग क्या करते हैं? मेडिटेशन में कोई चीज पे कंसंट्रेट करते हैं. Either you concentrate on a particular object or concentrate on your own, some kind of a, आप अपने सांस पे concentrate करते हैं and so on. And therefore, what happens in meditation is that it random thoughts diminishes. आपके जो thoughts हमारे दिमाग में आते रहते हैं, it can stable down at the end of the day. And the attachment and identification decreases. तो हमारी जो और लोगों से लगाव है चीजों से, when I joined my university, I was in trouble. Why I was in trouble? Because somebody says, अरे वो तुम्हारे बारे में कुछ बोल रहा था. And then I used to think कि वो मेरे बारे में क्यों बोल रहा था? Have I done something wrong? तो फिर 3-4 दिन मुझे लगता था ठीक होने में, फिर कोई बोलता था वो तुम्हारे बारे में ऐसा बोल रहा था. तो मैं बोल रहा मैं क्यों बोलना चाहिए? That means I want to please everyone. So many problems were there. So one very fine evening I said, why I'm in trouble. So I just listed down all this whole story. So I think this story has helped me to cool my mind with the help of the meditation after so many years. So this is the meditation that it basically brings down your own thoughts, and it is in a normal pace. Now, origins of meditation, you can see in the Vedic tradition, all you know, as Ayurveda also speaks, and like this, Tapatya Veda. So all this origin meditation, you can just see in origins in different kind of literature. And there are different purposes of meditation. Somebody will speak about the spiritual discourse and so on. So if you see the mind and lifestyle, always our minds keeps on thinking something. जैसे मैं आपसे अभी मैं बोल रहा हूँ, मेरा दिमाग सोच कुछ और रहा है. It happens with everyone. The two minds are working together, and this is very dangerous, especially for the children or those who are going for examination and so on. It happens with me. I'm just reading something and then my mind is going somewhere else. So because all the time your thought processes are going on, whether you are a person in the stock market, or you are talking to your colleagues, or you're gossiping something, or or you're doing some job, all the time your minds are engaged. So the whole thing is that minds are engaged means minds are polluting itself. So we have to have some kind of a cleaning process. So the meditation can be one of the cleaning process. So drama of me is all the time I always feel self. मुझे ये मिलना चाहिए, मुझे ये मिलना चाहिए. और आप देखते होंगे अधिकतर लोग आपस में आर्गुमेंट करते हैं एक दूसरे से कि जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ वो ठीक है. One of my friend was there, he said कि मैं क्यों ठीक बोलूं, मैंने जो बात कहना था आपने कह दिया, बाकी आपको मानना है मानिए, नहीं मानना मानिए. अगर आपकी बात अच्छी है तो आप धीरे से ही बोलेंगे तो लोग मानेंगे. But normally it's a human tendency to always counter others' argument. So this is a drama of me all the time. It is happening. So what meditation does is the end result is settle down your mental thoughts, and peaceful and the calm and the focused mind, and then awareness becomes rejuvenated and the feeling of bliss. So this I have experienced myself. What happened is when I used to practice the meditation for many years, even after 2 years itself, I was always in a bliss. मुझे झगड़ा करने की इच्छा नहीं करता था. मुझे लगता था कि ठीक है, कोई मुझे कुछ बोल के जा रहा है, जाओ. And I used to tell my student, अगर मेरे को criticize करके तुम्हारा काम बनता है तो कर लेना, मुझे बुरा नहीं लगेगा. And this has helped me like anything. And when I was 50 years old, 50 to 60 years was the most productive years of my life. It's only because the meditation has helped me. And I could concentrate on my writing. I produced all my literature at the world level only in these 10 years. It's only because of my own mental status. So how could I change my mental status? Only because of meditation. When you do the meditation, you are in bliss. There are certain tangible and intangible benefits of the meditation. These are intangible benefits I'm talking about. It's difficult to measure, but it can be, experienced. I experienced. मुझे झगड़ा करने का इच्छा नहीं करता था. मुझे कहता था, I never used to stand on a roadside and speak to the people for hours together where my friends used to. I never used to. I said the time is limited in your life. 24 hours is given to everyone. You have to maximize this. And so the meditation has helped me in bringing my stage to a bliss stage. And it has rejuvenated. When I do it, I feel very much enlightened. You say, when you sleep, you get sleep. Still your subconscious mind keeps working. But when you meditate, you go into the trance. The moment you go into the trance, even for a fraction of a second, it gives you so much relaxation, it's an unimaginable kind of a thing. So this is the basic difference between. So these are the few experiences which I have experienced. So I am just sharing with you. Now, can I achieve the perfection? Now, first question is, मैं आज meditation कर रहा हूँ, क्या मुझे ये experience मिलेगा? नहीं मिलेगा. नहीं मिलेगा. But you can keep practicing. See, always learning has to be incremental. कभी भी आप एक साथ ज्यादा सीख नहीं सकते, आप थोड़ा थोड़ा करके लिखिएगा. I'm reminded by one of my colleague. I was conducting a workshop in Nainital, a research workshop. See, sometime what impact it has. One of the chief guests was there. He was a vice chancellor of Kumai University. He came for inaugurating the workshop in 2009. And he spoke one particular sentence. He was there for 5 minutes. He says, look, when I was appointed as a lecturer, I took a vow that every day I will write 2 pages. And because of that, I am here. A very simple thing. इसमें क्या बात, बड़ी बात है. And then he says कि this is one of the wonderful opportunity for all of you that you are being exposed to the research methodology workshop. हमारे समय में ऐसा कुछ नहीं था, so I think you should take it very seriously. He has gone after the inauguration. Whole night I could not sleep. This gentleman has spoken such a nice word, and I kept on thinking. I was so much restless about that one particular sentence. That 2 pages a day. Because in 1990, I just published one book, and that too at a very low level book in Indian publication. I got my own publication, something like that. So 2009, it took me around 4 to 5 months to understand this idea and how to formulate the things. And then I said, can I write 2 pages also per day? It's incremental, incremental learning. Can I write 2 pages a day? If I write 2 pages a day, around 600 pages I can write. If I concentrate for 300 days. I started practicing that. And you won't believe, in 10 years' time, my 9 books published from the US. What is that? एक बार स्वामी जी हमसे बोल रहे थे रामकृष्ण आश्रम में वहाँ कि आप ये बताइए कि भाग्य बड़ा है कि कर्म बड़ा. तो हम तो ज्ञानी लोग, हमने बोला महाराज हमारे हाथ में तो कर्म है, तो कर्म कर सकते हैं. तो कहने गलत, भाग्य ही कर्म कराता है. भाग्य ही कर्म कराता है. आपके भाग्य में था ये कर्म कराना, भगवान ने कराया है, और ये फैक्ट है महाराज. मुझे लगता है कि सब भगवान कराते हैं और वो हम करते चले जाते हैं. अगर हम अपनी जिंदगी देखें पिछले 15 साल की, तो सब कुछ लिखा हुआ था. आई वाज जस्ट वॉकिंग ऑन ए स्क्रिप्ट. अभी पिछले 2 साल से मैं कुछ नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ. आई हैव नॉट कंट्रीब्यूटिंग एनीथिंग एकेडमिकली बिकॉज सो मच माय माइंड इज सो मच ऑक्युपाइड इन द एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. So मैं कुछ नहीं कर पा रहा. But last 9 years was very productive for me. Why? Because there was incremental growth. तो आप कोई भी चीज को incremental growth के हिसाब से लेंगे तो it will keep on adding to your life. I always tell my students कि एक बात याद रखो, never sleep without earning something. Earning in the form of something. या 2 पेज लिख लो, या 2 लाइन लिख लो, या 1 श्लोक याद कर लो. कुछ ना कुछ करना है, अपने आप को पढ़ाना है. And therefore, can I achieve perfection? Yes, but after certain practice. तो initially हो सकता है आप concentrate ना कर पाए, but slowly and slowly, if you keep on practicing, I think you can get this particular position. So never be disheartened if you start doing something and not getting the proper results. Now different techniques of meditation are there. तो आप कोई भी practice को follow कर सकते हैं. You can just follow by concentration, objectless, with mantra and effortless. आजकल तो I always tell people are very lucky because they are born in the era of Google. आपको कुछ भी चाहिए Google में मिलेगा. और Google से अगर आप नहीं सीख सकते then you go to the SlideShare. If you can't learn in SlideShare, you go to the YouTube. आपको जानना चाहिए कि आपको सीखना क्या है. One idea can change your life. And from where the idea can get? You can get the idea by attending the workshop like this. A teacher cannot be productive for all 60 minutes, but he is productive for 5 minutes at least. So for those 5 minutes, you are wasting 55 minutes. If you don't waste 55 minutes, you don't get 5 minutes productive one. So you have to listen to the people. One of my teachers used to say, if you want to be a good scientist, be in the company of good scientists. But if you cannot be in the company of good scientists, be in the company of good books. आपके पास knowledge कहाँ से आएगा? Knowledge तो आएगा आपको सुनने से आएगा, आपको पढ़ने से आएगा. So we have to spend a lot of money on our knowledge bank. I mean, हम वेट करते रहते हैं कि एक वर्कशॉप होगा तो मैं ये अपना स्किल सेट डेवलप कर लूंगा, बट वी नेवर इन्वेस्ट ऑन आवरसेल्फ. हम 5,000 रुपए 10,000 रुपए खर्च करके हम वर्कशॉप अटेंड कर लें, so that I can save my time. I have wasted my time. I wanted to learn SPSS. I never knew about the SPSS for 10 years. तो मैं सोचता था कि कोई एक ऐसे अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल जाए कि मैं सीख जाऊं. So 1990 to 2000 I wasted 10 years. Then I called one of my friends, okay, can you deliver one lecture on the SPSS? He said, yes. The moment he delivered a lecture, I could catch. And then I kept on practicing. The moment I practicing, then I wrote 3 books on the SPSS. So the question is, if I want to learn something, don't waste time. We have to spend on ourselves. And therefore, these are the 4 methods anyone you can follow, and the way you feel like. I mean, nothing is universal. आप ये नहीं कह सकते यही मेथड ज्यादा अच्छा है. आपको जो अच्छा लगता है, you can follow. Now, if you see the assessing the benefits, आप कैसे उसको evaluate करोगे कि meditation is beneficial? This is very beneficial in the sports arena, especially in the event where the concentration is required. The shooting accuracy. Shooting accuracy requires lots of meditative technique. Now the question is, how will you assess the meditation has helped you? So this opens up a lot of research dimensions. One of the ways, my subjective assessment, what I discussed, ये मेरा experience था, but the scientific community will not accept the subjective assessment. It has to go into the objective assessment. So there are the techniques available for understanding the advantage of meditation or any yoga practices and so on. This is known the EEG. When you use the EEG, it can measure your mental activity, which are important for cooling down your brain. So especially the events where a lot of concentration is required, say for example gymnastics, where a lot of balance is to be developed. Then shooting, a lot of accuracy is to be required. The meditation is a wonderful thing for those kind of things. Otherwise, in general also, I met one of the fellow in the Sofia, and he was a sports psychologist. तो मैंने उसको पूछा कि आप स्पोर्ट्स साइकोलॉजिस्ट कैसे बन गए वर्ल्ड लेवल पे? He was associated with one of the Olympians. तो कहने लगे कि I came in this area by chance. I said, what do you mean by chance? He said, I was training, strength training to the people, and I used to guide, I used to counsel my own athlete. And luckily he became a world champion, Olympic champion. So I became very popular. And so then, since then, the people consider me as a sports psychologist because my way of teaching, helped the athlete to become an Olympian. So sometimes it happens, you never know. So it is not only the bookish knowledge, it is the practical experience as well. So my experience goes, the meditation helps many things in the different kind of sports. So a sportsman, the same Ganguly could not perform for 2 years, but again he did extremely well. What happened? It was all mental state. आज आपको बहुत अच्छा लगता है because you met so many friends. कल आपको लगता है नहीं किसी ने डांट दिया, पूरा दिन बेकार हो गया. So that means you are allowing people to control your mind. This is happening, right? So I have to make my mind so robust that it should not be controlled by others. This is my life. It's my life. I have to control my own life. So I am always in trouble. Why I am in trouble? Because I want to be good in front of everyone. क्यों भाई? आप good क्यों होना चाहते हो? Even कोई प्राइम मिनिस्टर को भी कोई बख्शता नहीं है. मोदी जी इतना अच्छा काम करे उसके अपोजिशन मिलेगा. हाँ? अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी को भी लोग क्रिटिसाइज करते थे, सोनिया गांधी क्रिटिसाइज करते थे. Who are you? तो आधे लोग आपको क्रिटिसाइज तो करेंगे ही करेंगे. Don't be disturbed with that. तो मैं क्यों जाऊंगा? डर लगने का 2 कारण है. 2 कारण ये है कि एक तो मुझे कोई खराब ना बोले. ये हर एक को लगता है मुझे कोई खराब नहीं बोले. और दूसरा डर क्या है कि मैं क्या गलत काम करता हूँ. गलत काम करो डर लगेगा. आप गलत काम मत करिए. लेकिन जो दूसरा डर है दैट्स वेरी डेंजरस. व्हाट द पीपल विल से. लेट द पीपल से. अगर मैं गलत काम कर रहा हूँ तो भी आई एम हैप्पी. मैंने गलत काम किया, मुझे जेल हो गया, आई एम हैप्पी बिकॉज इट्स ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ माय ओन डीड. सो ऑल द टाइम यू हैव टू बी वेरी वेरी हैप्पी. सो दिस इज द थिंग. So there are both the kinds of assessment techniques are available, subjective as well as. So if you are a scientific literature, publishing scientific literature, go for a objective assessment for the meditation. So subjective benefits I have already discussed about. The most common byproduct is that you get peace of mind, relaxation, and then clarity of thoughts. These are all my experiences, a sense of peace and increase awareness. These are all my experience. I'm not telling you from somewhere. I was very much happy. I used to be happy. When I do meditation, that day I become very happy. मुझे कहीं झगड़ा करने की इच्छा नहीं, I am in bliss. So when you do it, you realize. So these are my all subjective judgment, assessment about meditation. And not only this, I mean, sometimes I don't get sleep in the night. So my wife says, what you are doing? So I am doing meditation in the night. I get up and sit for about 20 minutes, and then I get a lot of sound sleep. So this is one of the, one of the benefit of meditation. Because once you have a sound sleep, you can have a full day working very nicely. Yeah, it happens, sir. Now, attitude while doing meditation. Now, what is attitude? I am here to learn something. No, my life, this is my life. I am doing it. जो रिजल्ट आएगा, स्वामी विवेकानंद ने क्या बोला, यही बोला ना कि ये गीता ने भी क्या बोला है, कर्म करना मेरा काम है, जो आना है आएगा, नहीं आना नहीं आएगा. और कर्म हम क्यों कर रहे हैं, स्वामी जी अच्छी तरह बताते हैं कि कर्म हम क्यों कर रहे हैं. बिकॉज वी आर सेंट बाय द गॉड हियर फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर वर्क. हमको भगवान ने चुना है इस काम के लिए. तो स्पिरिचुअलिटी है क्या? स्पिरिचुअलिटी कोई रिलीजन नहीं है. स्पिरिचुअलिटी ये है कि मैं अपने काम को ईमानदारी से कर रहा हूँ. क्यों कर रहा हूँ? इट्स ए गॉड वर्क. इट्स ए गॉड वर्क है. और इसीलिए आप जब मेडिटेशन करने जा रहे हैं तो ये मत सोचिए मुझे फायदा क्या होने वाला है, या आज ही मुझे फायदा हो जाएगा क्या. I have incorporated this thing in my life, and so the benefit will come slowly and slowly. And what for benefit you want? You want benefit to be more productive. The whole idea is that how can I be more productive? Now, a misconception कि अगर हम meditation करते हैं तो मुझे peace मिल जाना चाहिए उस दिन, या मेरा mind बिल्कुल bliss हो जाना चाहिए. हो सकता है ना हो, but regular practice जब आप करेंगे तो all those kind of things will come. Now, regularity is very important, and no strain during the practice. I mean, you can sit in any posture, spine erect and so on. So with regular practice, you can always you acquire proficiency with the technique. तो कहते हैं कि अभी एक मैं मूवी देख रहा था, झुंड. एक झुंड मूवी आई थी अमिताभ बच्चन का. तो वो क्या करता है कि ही वाज ए टीचर, स्पोर्ट्स टीचर इन अ गुड स्कूल. बगल में एक उसके झोपड़पट्टी वाले रहते थे. तो ही वाज वाचिंग झोपड़पट्टी वाले को. वो बोलता था कि ये तो लड़के आपस में मारपीट खूब करते हैं और स्किल सेट बहुत अच्छा है, डब्बे को उछालते हैं ऊपर से. तो उसने बोला कि इनके लिए कुछ किया जा सकता है, कि दे आर वेरी स्किलफुल पीपल. तो उसने क्या किया कि बोला कि तुम इधर आओ सब लोग. क्या है कि ये फुटबॉल है, खेलोगे? क्यों खेलेंगे हम? नहीं, तुम खेलोगे 1 घंटा तो मैं 500 रुपए दूंगा. सच झूठ तो नहीं बोलता कि नहीं, झूठ नहीं बोलता. खेलोगे 500 खेला. वो बोला झूठ बोलता लेकिन खेल के देखते हैं. वो खेला, 500 रुपए दिया. तो दे वर वेरी हैप्पी. फिर उसने दोबारा सेकंड डे, मैं आऊंगा कल. 3 दिन 4 दिन उसने दिया. फिर क्या, उसने हैबिट फॉर्म हो गया. हैबिट फॉर्म हो गया. फिर बोले कि आज तुम क्यों नहीं आए मेरे को पैसा देने के लिए? तो कल मेरा पैसा खत्म हो गया. तो अभी ना दे आर इम्प्रेस्ड, मोटिवेटेड कि नहीं मैं खेलूंगा. और करते 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 उन्होंने इतना अच्छा टीम बना दिया कि दैट टीम बीट द स्कूल टीम. अभी क्या है कि स्टार्ट कहाँ से किया उन्होंने, कुछ नहीं आता था. लेकिन द मोमेंट यू कीप ऑन प्रैक्टिसिंग एंड प्रैक्टिसिंग, ऑटोमेटिकली थिंग्स विल इंप्रूव. तो अगर आपको लगता है कि नहीं मैं आज पढ़ रहा हूँ मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कीप ऑन प्रैक्टिसिंग. अभी मैं एक श्लोक महाराज याद कर रहा था कि श्लोक कैसे याद किया जाए. तो माय वाइफ PhD इन संस्कृत, तो उसका तो प्रोनाउंसिएशन बहुत अच्छा है, मेरा प्रोनाउंसिएशन खराब है. तो मैं बोला मुझे एक श्लोक याद करना है. तो मैं YouTube देखा कि मेथड ऑफ क्रैमिंग द श्लोक. तो बड़ा सिंपल मेथड है. कहने क्या repeat and repeat. Nothing else. repeat and repeat, you will crack. तो ये मुझे काम किया. मैंने एक श्लोक को याद किया, विद्या ददाते विनयम विन्याते याति पात्रताम, और पात्रत्वात् धनवात् प्रोति धनात् धर्मम ततो सुखम. तो मैंने बोला मैं याद करूंगा. तो दिन भर मैं इसको कम से कम 50 बार रटा, और नेक्स्ट डे मुझे याद हो गया. मैंने बस एक हफ्ता और बोलूंगा, याद हो गया. सो द क्वेश्चन इज कीप ऑन रिपीटिंग, यू नो, कीप ऑन रिपीटिंग. तो मैं आई यूज्ड टू डू माय मास्टर डिग्री स्टैटिस्टिक्स. तो मैं लोगों को बोलता था कि पोजीशन कैसे आती है, फर्स्ट पोजीशन कैसे आती है. यू प्रिपेयर नोट्स. व्हेन यू प्रिपेयर द नोट्स, यू रिवाइज ऑन सैटरडे. देन अगेन यू प्रिपेयर नोट्स नेक्स्ट वीक, यू रिवाइज. तो पहले वाला जो रिवीजन है वो 2 बार हो गया. सो एवरी सैटरडे कीप ऑन रिवाइजिंग. तो एक्यूमुलेटिव इफेक्ट आएगा. तो ये मुझे स्वामी जी की बात बहुत अच्छी लगी. आपको कुछ भी याद करना है, आप रिपीट करते रहिए और दिमाग में अपने आप बैठ जाता है. मुझे पहले बचपन में मुझे पूरा हनुमान चालीसा याद था. बीच में छोड़ दिया 10 साल, अभी राजकाज में लग गए. तो मैंने बोला ये मैं बचपन की चीज क्यों भूल गया. तो मैंने बोला चलो फिर से सुबह सुबह उठ करके हनुमान चालीसा करेंगे. आई कीप ऑन प्रैक्टिसिंग फॉर 3 months 2 months, और फिर याद हो गया. अभी वो दिमाग में ऑटोमेटिक बैठता है. तो ऑलवेज कीप ऑन प्रैक्टिसिंग. आई थिंक इट विल हेल्प यू ऑल. Now, different regions for meditation, हर एक का अपना रीजन हो सकता है. कुछ लोग स्पिरिचुअलिटी के लिए करते हो, कुछ लोग हेल्थ के लिए करते हैं, कुछ लोग चूंकि मैं एक हिंदुइज्म में बिलीव करता हूँ इसलिए करते हैं. तो हर एक का अपना अपना रीजन है. बट डू इट फॉर अ वेरी सिंपल रीजन, फॉर योर ओन हेल्थ. अगर आपको किसी चीज में बिलीव नहीं है, अपने हेल्थ के लिए करिए. दिस इज वेरी गुड फॉर योर मेंटल हेल्थ. Now the question comes, differentiation between the meditation and the relaxation. तो आप रिलैक्सेशन कैसे करते हो? रिलैक्सेशन करने के तो बहुत सारे तरीके हैं. हाँ, कैसे रिलैक्सेशन करते हैं हम? जो दिन भर से हमारा स्ट्रेस लेवल बढ़ जाता है, तो हम कैसे करते हैं? Either I speak to my friends, or I listen to the music, or I play the sports. तो फर्क क्या है? मेडिटेशन आप करें या रिलैक्सेशन करें, तो फर्क क्या है? रिलैक्सेशन इज ए बाई प्रोडक्ट ऑफ द मेडिटेशन. मेडिटेशन से रिलैक्सेशन आता है, प्लस समथिंग एल्स ऑल्सो कम्स. तो देखिए क्या क्या डिफरेंस है दोनों के अंदर. ये कहां से होगा? These are different ways of relaxation, and relaxation is a by product of. तो हम कुछ भी एक्टिविटी करते हैं जो सोशलाइजेशन के लिए, कहते हैं कि यू गॉट टू बी सोशल. 3 चीज सक्सेस के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. कैसे, क्या क्या चीज? यू हैव टू बी हार्ड वर्कर. देयर इज नो सब्स्टिट्यूट फॉर द हार्ड वर्किंग. दूसरा, यू हैव टू बी नाइस पर्सन. अभी नाइस पर्सन की डेफिनेशन क्या है? अभी कोई पैमाना तो है नहीं नाइस पर्सन का. तो नाइस पर्सन की डेफिनेशन ये है कि more than 50% people say you are a nice man. You are a nice man. आप 100 लोगों से इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं, 50 लोग आपके पास बोलते हैं, कहते हैं कि रेप्यूटेशन ऑफ ए पर्सन मूव्स फास्टर देन द मैन. आपके किसी का दिमाग में आप नाम लाओगे, एक सेंटेंस निकलेगा आपके मुंह से, उसका रेपुटेशन कैसा है. तो रेपुटेशन इज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग. और इसीलिए जब मैं डिफरेंट वे ऑफ रिलैक्सेशन की बात करता हूं, तो हम कोई भी टेक्निक अडॉप्ट कर सकते हैं रिलैक्सेशन के लिए. अब देखिए बेसिक डिफरेंस में क्या आ रहा है. व्हेन आई डू द मेडिटेशन, आवर थॉट प्रोसेस टोटली डिमिनिशेस. लेकिन रिलैक्सेशन में क्या है? थॉट प्रोसेस स्टिल एंगेज्ड. दैट्स अ बेसिक डिफरेंस. आप रिलैक्स हो जाते हैं, बॉडी रिलैक्स हो जाता है, माइंड रिलैक्स हो जाता है, लेकिन पूरा डिमिनिश नहीं होता है. और मेडिटेशन में क्या है? इवन इफ फॉर अ फ्रैक्शन ऑफ अ सेकेंड, इफ यू बिकम थॉटलेस, दैट गिव्स यू लॉट्स ऑफ रिलैक्सेशन, जो कि आपको पूरा रात सोने से भी नहीं मिलेगा. आपको 5 मिनट या 1 मिनट 2 मिनट रिलैक्सेशन थ्रू मेडिटेशन करेंगे. ये आपका अपना एक्सपीरियंस, मेरा अपना एक्सपीरियंस है. योर एक्सपीरियंस में भी समथिंग डिफरेंट. दिस माय एक्सपीरियंस. So this is the basic difference. So effect of meditation में क्या होता है? It reduce the stress in the mentally as well as physically. उसके अंदर क्या होता है कि रिलैक्स तो करता है, हाँ, लेकिन आपके थॉट प्रोसेस स्टिल इट इज एंगेज्ड. दिस इज द बेसिक डिफरेंस बिटवीन. Now different techniques of meditation. Some people believe in concentration. Somebody sees the picture. Some goes for the breathing. Concentrate on the breathing. Somebody goes for the mantra. And there are so many meditation. Like one is the transcendental meditation. The transcendental meditation, they say effortless meditation. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा उसका कॉन्सेप्ट ट्रांसडेंटल मेडिटेशन का. अगर आपको बोला जाए कि ये आप मत करिए, हाँ, तो आप करते हैं. तो ट्रांसडेंटल मेडिटेशन का मैंने देखा उसमें पढ़ने के बाद, वो क्या कहता है, द मोमेंट यू क्लोज योर आईज, व्हाट हैपेंस, सम इमेज विल कम. आप किसी बारे में सोचते रहते हो, कुछ भी थॉट आएगा. द मोमेंट यू given by some mantra is given to you, and if you speak mantra, मरमर मंत्रा, वो इमेज ब्रेक हो जाता है. द मोमेंट इमेज ब्रेक्स, अगेन द अनदर इमेज विल कम एंड लेट इट कंटिन्यू. उसको आप फोर्सफुली हटाना नहीं. फिर वो क्या बोलता है, दोबारा मंत्रा बोल दीजिए, थोड़े समय के बाद वो भी चला जाएगा. When you keep on practicing, a time will come when the image stops coming, क्योंकि it's effortless. अभी कंसंट्रेट जब हम करते हैं तो हम फोकस करते हैं, उसमें थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम. हालांकि वो दैट इज आल्सो गुड टेक्निक, बट इट्स माय एक्सपीरियंस द एफर्टलेस मेडिटेशन इज सम टाइम वर्क्स बेटर फॉर सम पीपल. नाउ हाउ डज इट हेल्प्स? इट हेल्प्स व्हेन यू डू द मेडिटेशन in physiological term. What it helps, it actually controls the autonomic nervous system. आप देखिए, आपको कई बार भूख बहुत लगती है, आप बोले खाना अच्छा तरह खाऊंगा, खूब खाने के टेबल खाना खूब भरा हुआ है, सलाइवा मुंह में आ गया, इमीडिएटली आपको एक खबर ऐसा आता है कि किसी का बहुत नियर एंड डियर का डेथ हो गया. क्या होगा? यू स्टार्ट पल्पेटिंग, आपका स्वेटिंग शुरू हो जाता है. क्या हुआ? इट हैज अफेक्टेड योर नर्वस सिस्टम, ऑटोनॉमिक नर्वस सिस्टम. उसने एंजाइम सिक्रीशन को गड़बड़ा दिया. एंड देयरफॉर द मेडिटेशन हेल्प्स द ऑटोनॉमिक नर्वस सिस्टम. यू बिकम वेरी कूल. आपके जितने एंजाइम्स सिक्रीशन है, इट बिकम वेरी प्रॉपर. सो दिस इज द अनदर एडवांटेज एट द फिजियोलॉजिकल लेवल, दैट इट कंट्रोल्स योर ऑटोनॉमिक नर्वस सिस्टम. Which is right for me. So any your choice, personal choice. आप कोई भी टेक्निक को अडॉप्ट कर सकते हैं. All are equally good. Ultimately the purpose of all the technique is to go into the trance. आपको ट्रांस में ले जाना ही पर्पज है सारे मेडिटेशन का, चाहे आप कोई भी आप पद्धति फॉलो करिए. So what is important is who initiates you. This is also very, very important. Now, what is the recommendation? The practice every day, practice before meal, and use quiet place, sit with spine straight. So it is always good. Initially, you may not concentrate for 20 minutes. So you can start with the 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and slowly you can increase in a week's time. I think immediately you can increase. When I started doing my Kapalbhati, Maharaj, first time, I had some problem in the breathing. So doctor suggested you go for Kapalbhati. So when I started Kapalbhati, I could not do even for half a minute continuously. But you will surprise, within a week, I could increase to 5 minutes at a stretch. So continuously I can do for 5 minutes. So if you practice, your body is adaptable. Very quickly it adapts everything. So if you do this meditation even for 5 minutes start with, then you can go for the 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the evening. You will get enough benefit by investing 40 minutes. Some people says, why to go for the fitness program for hours in a day? मैं तो बहुत 16 घंटे तो मैं काम करता हूँ. But when you do give 1 hour to your body, आप जिस body से 24 घंटे काम लेते हैं, can't we give 1 hour to our own body? If you give 1 hour to your own body, your 23 hours will become very, very productive. So this is the benefit of the wellness program. So when to practice the meditation, it's all choice. Normally the morning and the evening are the good choice. And the physiological effect of meditation is, it controls your blood pressure, it lowers your pulse rate, and normally decrease metabolic rate. When you go to the doctor, डॉक्टर क्या देखता है आपका? सबसे पहले डॉक्टर क्या देखता है? ब्लड प्रेशर देखता है. घर में आपके वाइफ क्या देखता है कि आप कितना पैसा कमाते हैं? देखते हैं ना. हाँ, और आपका बॉडी में आपको क्या चाहिए? फिटनेस चाहिए. दैट मीन्स बाय कंट्रोलिंग वन पर्टिकुलर फैक्टर यू कैन कंट्रोल ऑल. आपने घर में ज्यादा पैसा कमाया तो आप ज्यादा खर्च भी करो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. ब्लड प्रेशर नॉर्मल है तो सब पैरामीटर नॉर्मल होते हैं. बॉडी में फिटनेस अगर अच्छा है, 1 घंटा किया, आप जैसा मर्जी सोफा में बैठ जाओ, जैसा मर्जी पोस्चर में बैठ जाओ, नथिंग, नो प्रॉब्लम. लेकिन अगर आप खाना ज्यादा खाते हो, एक्टिविटी नहीं करते हो, तो आपको फिर होता है पोस्चर आपका ठीक होना चाहिए, आपको इस तरीके से चलना चाहिए, दुनिया भर का प्रॉब्लम है. सो इफ यू हैव 3 थिंग्स इन योर लाइफ, अच्छा पैसा हो जाए, अच्छा पैसा हो जाए, अच्छा ब्लड प्रेशर हो जाए, ठीक है, अच्छा बॉडी हो जाए, तो यू कैन डू एनीथिंग. एंड देयरफॉर with this you can control your metabolic rate, you can control your pulse rate, you can control your blood pressure. I used to have a blood pressure at the age of 40, so I had gone to a doctor. मैंने बोला डॉक्टर मेरे को सब टेस्ट करके बताओ क्यों हुआ ऐसा. तो बोला कि मैंने सारा कुछ टेस्ट कर लिया, कोई रीजन नहीं है, इट्स ए हेरिडिटरी प्रॉब्लम. अभी मैं क्या बोलूं? तो मैंने बोला मैं कैसे कंट्रोल करूंगा? तो विद द मेडिसिन आई कुड कंट्रोल फॉर 5 years. आफ्टर 5 years वो बोलते हैं मेडिसिन काम नहीं करता, यू हैव टू चेंज द मेडिसिन. आई चेंज द मेडिसिन. हमारा जो ब्लड प्रेशर फ्लक्चुएट होता रहता था. तो देन आई टॉक टू माय सिस्टर. मैंने बोला अभी क्या करना है इसके लिए? कभी वो 190 चला जाता है, कभी 70 चला जाता है. तो शी सजेस्टेड मी कि एक एक्सपीरियंस है किसी का कि आप लहसुन गार्लिक के 2 पीस सुबह खाओ. तो मैंने खाया. कहला 3 महीने तक बोलना नहीं उसका कोई फायदा. 3 महीने तक मैंने 2 पीस गार्लिक खाया और मैं उसके बाद देखा कि मेरा ब्लड प्रेशर 120/80 विद द मेडिसिन. सो दीज आर द एक्सपीरियंसेस ऑफ लाइफ. व्हेन आई गॉट मैरिड तो मुझे 4 बार थ्रोट इन्फेक्शन होता था. माय वाइफ 6 बार होता था. एवरी आफ्टर अ वीक इन द विंटर वी यूज्ड टू बी इन फ्रंट ऑफ डॉक्टर. एक दिन मेडिसिन लिया, छोड़ दिया, फिर मेडिसिन लेना पड़ता था. तो हम लोगों ने बोला लाइफ चलेगा कैसे, हमेशा स्नीजिंग होता रहता है. तो इमीडिएटली आई कुड रिमाइंड कि मैं अपना ग्रैंड मदर को देखो, शी इज 100 years old, शी लिव्ड अप टू 100 years. माय ग्रैंडफादर लिव्ड अप टू 95 years. उनको तो मैंने कभी खांसी जुकाम देखा नहीं. तो लेट मी सी व्हाट इज देयर लाइफ स्टाइल. सो व्हाट माय ग्रैंडफादर यूज्ड टू डू, ही यूज्ड टू सिट इरेक्ट. मैं उसको कभी देखा नहीं है इसको लगाते हुए पीछे. एंड देन ही विल टेक च्यवनप्राश and he will take almond. ये पूरा लाइफ लिया. एंड माय ग्रैंडमदर व्हाट यूज्ड टू टेक, वो जो ब्लैक पेपर सुबह 4 खाएंगे पानी से पूछ के, और फिर 1 कप चाय, रामायण पढ़ने के बाद 12 बजे खाना. दिस इज होल लाइफ रूटीन. मैंने बोला मेरे को तो यही सब 3 चीज दिख रहा है, कैन वी अडॉप्ट इन माय ओन लाइफ? तो हम लोगों ने 3 चीज अडॉप्ट किया. बिलीव मी, वी स्टार्टेड इन द मंथ ऑफ अगस्त. होल ईयर एक बार हल्का सा 1 दिन के लिए जुकाम आके चला गया. And since then, 30 years, I am following the same practice. So sometimes we learn from our own old people. The experiences of old people are enormous. We have to listen them carefully. हम लोग बोलते हैं अरे इनको क्या नहीं, इनको नहीं, उनको सब मालूम है. आप लोग जो भी आप ट्रेडिशन फॉलो करते हैं उसका इम्पैक्ट है. आप जो भी ट्रेडिशन फॉलो करते हैं, तो we have to follow these kind of traditions. So meditation and the physical pain, all those kind of things, you might get some kind of a sensation sometime because your posture may not be correct, and sometimes your mind and body comes in align. That time also it gives a problem. तो कभी कभी आप meditative, इसीलिए कहते हैं कि meditation जो है should be initiated by a trained teacher. Otherwise क्या होता है, sometimes it can give you harm. If you go into the trance very early sometime, then it can create some problem. So it has to be with under the supervision of someone initially. So, लेकिन बाद में तो then it can help you. So I have already told you that this start with the 5 minutes and then you can go with the 20 minutes. Should it be initiated by a teacher? Yes, it should be initiated by a teacher. Effect of regular meditation. This we have already told you. These are the advantages. You are always in a state of bliss. आपको झगड़ा करने की इच्छा नहीं करेगा, आपका कंसंट्रेशन पावर आप इंक्रीज हो जाएगा, मेमोराइजिंग इंक्रीज हो जाएगा, और सबसे अच्छी बात है कि आपको आपका लाइफ बहुत प्रोडक्टिव हो जाता है. बिकॉज मेरे पास तो मैं देखा है कि स्केल 0 से 100 का है. आपको कहाँ तक जाना है लाइफ में, इट ऑल डिपेंड्स अपॉन योर ओन एटीट्यूड. आपका जैसा एटीट्यूड होगा आप वहां तक जाओगे. समटाइम पर्सन इज पॉपुलर अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड, समटाइम पूरा लाइफ जाने के बाद बगल वाला उसको जानता नहीं है. सो इट ऑल डिपेंड्स हाउ यू टेक अप योर लाइफ. सो दिस डिपेंड्स अपॉन योर एटीट्यूड. So when you are in a state of bliss, you can enhance your productivity, and that is the purpose of life. How can I enhance my productivity? In the meditation longevity, the researchers have shown it has increased the life, and there is equipment. I don't know whether you have or not. It can measure your biological age. So once all the Swamis came from Ramakrishna Ashram Gwalior to my laboratory. So I told them, one of the Swamis were very happy because he was 60 years old and his biological age was 52. The other fellow, Asutosh Maharaj, his biological age was more than his age. So he became so much conscious कि मैं ये खाना नहीं खाऊंगा, रात में खाना नहीं खाऊंगा. मैंने बोला नहीं महाराज, इससे कुछ नहीं होता. So you can enhance your, you can reduce your biological age. Yes, you can find out. And not only this, there is a equipment known as aura. So you can measure the aura. Once you measure the aura, it will let you know where the problem exists in the body. So that equipment, I can give you the name of the equipment so that you can think of. So all this kind of things, you can evaluate certain yogic practices with the help of these objective assessment. Now, what researcher says that life expectancy increases and lowering the biological age and hence youthness, that it heals the body also, because once your mind is cool, when you sleep, what happens basically? So Swami Ji, Vivekananda ji ने बोला था, जो ज़्यादा सोता है उसकी immunity ज़्यादा होती है. And I am observing, this is my experience. My father is a 87-year, but he is very fit. उनको कोई आलस नहीं है. दोपहर में 2 बजे आप बोलिए ये काम करना, हाँ चलेंगे, मैं चलूंगा. मैंने बोला आप अभी एज आपका 87 है, आपको चढ़ के सीढ़ी नहीं आना. नहीं, क्या प्रॉब्लम है, मैं जा सकता हूँ. Why? Because he sleeps at least 16 hours a day. He sleeps 16 hours a day. So he has a lot of immunity. So when you sleep, the body repairs. And similarly, when you do the meditation, your mind gets repaired. So these two things are very, very important for enhancing your productivity. Not for them. Not for them. इनके लिए मैं बताता हूँ सर, अभी आपको इनको क्या करना है. The whole personality ranges from type A to type B. ये आप लोगों के लिए बोल रहा हूँ. Whole personality ranges from type A to type B. Type A means extreme eager to find the maximum things at the early age. तो आपका personality कैसा होना चाहिए? Type A. But as you grow old, it automatically converts into type B. I cannot be so hasty because I have to take a policy decisions. When I take a policy decision, I have to have a cool mind. तो अगर आपका एज में आप टाइप बी पर्सनालिटी हो जाओगे, it's a disadvantages for your personality. टाइप ए में एक्सट्रीम अर्ज ऑफ अचीविंग समथिंग. तो आज मुझे काम करना, तो मुझे आज करना है, लेकिन मेरी एज में जाकर के उतनी अर्जेंसी नहीं है. because we are taking the policy decisions which affect the whole masses. So we have to be very cool. आप जितने भी senior officers को आप जाके देखोगे, मिलोगे, आपको लगेगा they are very cool because their personality has converted from type A to type B. That is there. So the type A is very important at the early age and type B is important at the later age. If you do not transform your personality from A to B, again there is a problem. There is a problem. You cannot be haste at the older age. You have to be very cool and calm. हाँ, तो अभी आपको सोना नहीं है ज्यादा, अब जब आप उस एज में जाएंगे तब आपको ज्यादा सोना है. The advantage of the regular practicing, improves mental health and all. We have already discussed the things. One of the most important thing I would like to mention here, at the end of the day, when you do the meditation, the finest stressful activity settles down naturally. And I'm more concerned about improving relationship. I was telling the 3 things are important for growth in your life, for success. One is you have to be a good person. And the second thing is you have to be hardworking. And the third thing is you have to have a good network. आज देखिए जिसका जितना ज्यादा अच्छा नेटवर्क है उतना रिच है वो. Network means you have to think of developing a relationship. एक 2 लाइन का एक कपलेट है, जरा संभाल के रखिए इन्हें जनाब, रिश्ते हैं कपड़े नहीं जो रफू हो जाएंगे. तो रिश्तों को हमें संभाल के रखना है. लेकिन होता क्या है, एंड ऑफ द डे वी आर सो मच स्ट्रेस कि हमारे घर वालों पे मैं ध्यान नहीं देता हूँ, मेरे कलीग्स के ऊपर मैं ध्यान नहीं देता हूँ, कोई मेरे पास आता है तो मैं चिड़चिड़ा हो जाता हूँ. बिकॉज होल डे सम स्टिमुली इज वर्किंग. सो इफ यू डू द whole life in the morning you are very excited and very rejuvenated because आप 6 घंटे 8 घंटे सो करके आते हैं. So at the end of the day, busy day, what happens? Reserves of energy is depleted. आप जब तक शाम तक आते हैं आपकी एनर्जी सब खत्म हो जाती है. फिर क्या होता है? और यहाँ पे रिलेशनशिप इनएविटेबली सफर्स. अब कोई भी आकर के आपके बच्चे भी आपसे बोलेंगे भाई रुको 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 मुझे थोड़ा काम करना, तो ये थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम होता है. नाउ इफ यू डू सम मेडिटेशन at the end of the day, it brings you back to the normalcy. When it brings to the, it reduces your accumulated and the day-to-day stress and the tension daily. So, and develops some maturity and tolerant personality. And basically it makes you again happy so that your relationship do not suffer. So, and you should be more socially acceptable. So the whole idea is how to be socially adjustable. हम बोलते हैं कि आपको कोई ना कोई ग्रुप को ज्वाइन करना चाहिए, रिलीजियस ग्रुप को भी ज्वाइन करना चाहिए, अपने फ्रेंड सर्कल के ग्रुप को भी ज्वाइन करना चाहिए. Why? Because you should feel that you are more wanted. So the आज के तारीख में सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज वही है, how to maintain good relationship with the people. और रिलेशनशिप कैसे होता है? रिलेशनशिप ऐसे होता है कि आई टेक केयर ऑफ द पीपल एंड आई स्पीक गुड वर्ड्स. बोलते हैं कि आपको ये रिलीजन फॉलो करना है, आप रिलीजन फॉलो नहीं करते कोई बात नहीं, कोई मत फॉलो करिए, लेकिन आप 2 चीज फॉलो कर लेंगे तो उससे हमें फायदा हो जाएगा. हम कोई काम ऐसा ना करें जिससे किसी दूसरे को नुकसान हो, और कोई बात ऐसा ना बोलें जिससे दूसरे को चुभ जाए उस बात को. इफ आई एम फॉलोइंग दीज 2 थिंग्स इन माय लाइफ, आई थिंक आई डोंट हैव अ प्रॉब्लम. So with these few words, once again, I thank Swamiji for giving me opportunity to share my ideas and my experiences with all of you. Thank you very much, sir. Sir? Yeah. Any question? Yeah. I told you, na, there are certain equipments available. One of the equipment is the EEG. By EEG. EEG equipment is there, so you can measure their equipment name. And then I told you one, there is aura, measuring the aura. There is another one. And then third is the biological age. So I'll give you the names of the equipment. Those things you can use in your experimentation. Because the world community believes on the empirical research. Your experience may be something different, but those experience can be supplemented with the experimental findings. And how the experimental finding, people can believe, all those kind of things we'll discuss in the evening. Because normally it happens that I am just presenting a paper and nobody is quoting that paper. Why they are not quoting? Because they have a suspicion about the findings. So how to done away with the suspicion about the finding? With the research methodology. So those topics we'll be discussing in the evening. Yes. Was challenged in the West. Can you go into Samadhi and do the testing? Yeah. And they tested it, said, we have nothing to say on this. And it was Ramakrishna also they said, the last test of a dead person is they put the finger in the eyeball and scratch. The absolute no reaction that means he declared dead. They did it to Ramakrishna and then said, you are living beyond science. Yeah. Next. Wait. Sorry? People can take care of words. They thought creating a book. But sometimes it's a situation family where they need me a lot. So at that time, frustrated. Means I want to develop myself also, but at that time it's a problem with the family also. Frustrated. No, I think it's a very good question because I was also a student like you, and at the age of 22 years, I had gone to my job. So first time I left my home. My mother was not well, used to be well, and my sister was married, and my brother was also posted somewhere, and my youngest brother, who was 7-year-old, 8-year-old. So they wanted me too much. So the same kind of problem happened with me. So one very fine morning, I said, why am I in trouble? Why always I think that she needs me? No, she doesn't need me. She needs more than me, a doctor. If she needs me, I'll go. I'll go there for 2 days, do it. And once I come over here, I'll concentrate on my own work. Because by just thinking and imagining, you are spoiling your own whole atmosphere. आप क्या कर सकते हो? उनको पैसे भेज दो, डॉक्टर्स ने उनको दिखा दो और उनको हेल्प कर दो. सोचना छोड़ दीजिए. मेरे को एक बार one of my lady colleague was there, and every time she used to criticize me 3-4 times. But whenever she used to come, I used to help. तो मेरे फ्रेंड बोलते थे कि आप उसको क्यों मदद करते हो? आपको तो वो क्रिटिसाइज करती है. तो मैंने बोला करने दो, उसमें क्या है? वो क्रिटिसाइज कर रही है ना, करने दो. Because मेरा एक I should not leave my own temperament. It so happened with me, a student whom I patronized for 5 years during the whole course, when they come back, they don't look at me. But we are the teachers. Lekin look at other things. I got so many people in life, उनके लिए मैंने कुछ नहीं किया, और उन्होंने मेरे लिए बहुत कुछ किया. Why? Because I did not change my attitude. तो मेरे साथ क्या होता है कि if you are coming to my home first time, या आप मेरे को 10 साल पहले से जानते हो, मैं आपसे एक ही बिहेवियर करता हूँ और आपके जाने के बाद मैं भूल जाता हूँ. Why? मुझे सोचना नहीं पड़ेगा कि मैं आपसे कैसा बिहेव करूँ. एक तो फायदा ये है. दूसरा फायदा ये है व्हाई शुड आई स्पॉइल माय डे? आपको मैंने मदद कर दी, आप जाइए। तो अगर मैं अपने फैमिली की मदद करनी है, आप क्या कर सकते हो? मनी भेज सकते हो, डॉक्टर्स को बुला सकते हो, और ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम में 2 दिन छुट्टी लेके चले जाओ। लेकिन जितने दिन आप यहाँ रह रहे हो, डोंट स्पॉइल योर मूड, डोंट स्पॉइल योर एटमॉस्फेयर, बी प्रोडक्टिव। अल्टीमेटली आप किसी के लिए कुछ नहीं करते हो, सब भगवान करता है। जिसको जितना दिन जिंदा रहना वो रहेगा। ये हम जबरदस्ती अटैच होते हैं अपने आप से। हम जितना करना है कर दीजिए, लेकिन आप फिर भूल जाइए। आपको पीस ऑफ माइंड रखना है। आप सोचते हो मैं कर रहा हूं, हम कुछ नहीं कर रहे। मेरे साथ जो हो रहा है मैं कुछ नहीं कर रहा हूं, सब भगवान करा रहा है। महाराज मैं खुद बता रहा हूं आपको, मुझसे आप बोलो ये किताब दोबारा लिखनी हो, मैं नहीं लिख पाऊंगा। वो ऐसा समय था, मैं लिख लिया, हो गया। तो आपके साथ जो हो रहा है वो ऊपर का भगवान का देन है, उसको लेके एक्सेप्ट करो एंड बी हैप्पी। दैट्स द होल थिंग।
First of all, my namaskar to all the elders here. My question is, sir, as you told that everything is predestined. My name is Vasudev Mollik, and I'm here. I'm doing a certificate course of yoga here, from here. Sir, as you told that everything is predestined, then what is the role of free will? Then what is the role of free will and meditation and yoga?
Role of?
What is, if everything is predestined, then what is the importance of yoga and what is the importance of free will? This is my first question.
वो बोला ना, एक श्लोक है ना, कर्मण्यवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन माँ कर्मफल हेतु वो माते संगोष्ठी कर्मणि, बोला है ना गीता में। क्या बोला है? आपके पास करने के लिए है क्या? काम है, करिए। Why you are attached with the outcomes? आउटकम्स आपके हाथ में नहीं है, आपके हाथ में कर्म है, करना है। बिना कर्म के तो आप रोटी नहीं खा सकते। तो आप ये भूल जाइए, आपको यहाँ जो भेजा है भगवान ने डिप्लोमा करने के लिए, भगवान ने ही भेजा है। उसका काम समझ के करिए। आप जिस दिन ये मान लेते हैं कि मेरे साथ जो हो रहा है, देखिए नास्तिक होना खराब बात नहीं है, खराब बात नहीं है। आप सब भगवान के तो बंदे हैं, हम लोग भगवान के तो अंश हमारे अंदर आ रहा है, सबके अंदर। तो सब लोग ये तो कहते हैं कि आप अगर ये मान लीजिए वो भगवान के ही अवतार बैठे हैं या भगवान के अंश बैठे हैं तो झगड़ा खत्म। तो हमको जो यहाँ पे भेजा है प्री डेस्टिन करके भेजा है, लेकिन हमें मालूम नहीं है और मालूम होना भी नहीं चाहिए। अगर आज मुझे मालूम चल गया कि मेरा लाइफ जो है इस दिन खत्म हो जाएगा, मैं उतना दिन चैन से नहीं बैठ पाऊंगा। तो आपको क्यों मालूम होना चाहिए? लेट इट बी ए ट्रेजर। जो आ रहा है हम उसको एंजॉय कर रहे हैं। एवरी डे इज एंजॉयबल, ब्लिसफुल। कहते हैं ना, आप उनकी मदद करें, उनकी मदद करें जो ऐसी अवस्था में है पूरी लाइफ आपको कभी रिपे ना कर पाए। उससे ज्यादा खुशी आपको नहीं मिलेगा। एक बार आप लोगों ने शायद पढ़ा भी होगा कि ओबामा, when he was not president, तो वो एयरपोर्ट पे एक पेपर खरीद रहे, न्यूज़पेपर। तो उसने बोला कितना? उसने बोला $1। तो उसका जेब में $1 नहीं था। बोला $1 तो नहीं है। तो कहने लगा कोई बात नहीं, आप छोड़ दीजिए, बाद में दे दीजिएगा। तो ही फॉरगॉट। तो अगेन उसको 2 साल के बाद फिर वो एक वहीं पे गया, फिर उसने एक पेपर लिया, वही आदमी मिला। फिर बोला कि सॉरी मेरे पैसा नहीं है, मैं तुम्हारा पहले भी भूल गया हूँ, तो मैं तुमको पे कर देता। नहीं नहीं आप कोई बात नहीं। देन ही बिकेम ओबामा। उसके बाद मुझे लगा कि यार उस आदमी को ढूंढना चाहिए। तो वहां पे गया कि देखो भाई मैंने तुमसे $2 लिया, तुम्हें $10 ले लो। नहीं साहब मैं नहीं लूंगा, मैंने आपको तब मदद की थी जब मैं करने के काबिल नहीं था। आप अब मदद करो जब आप काबिल हो। ठीक है ना? तो इसीलिए हम लाइफ में ब्लिस देखें कहाँ पे, हम किसको क्या, हमारी लाइफ कैसे प्रोडक्टिव बन जाए, हम किस तरीके से लोगों को मदद करें, हम अपने आप को कैसे ग्रो करें, हम अपने आप क्यों ग्रो करना चाहते हैं, सो दैट वी कैन हेल्प सोसाइटी। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने बोला है कि मनुष्य को भगवान ने बनाया है देने के लिए। आप देते नहीं हो तो गला दबा के ले लेते हैं। आप सबको तो यही छोड़ के जाते हो ना, किस लिए आप कर रहे हो? तो जितना भी आप लोग काम करते हैं सोसाइटी के लिए करते हैं। When you are born in this era, you are joining a temporary club membership. आपकी मेंबरशिप तो टेम्परेरी है यहाँ पे, आपको मालूम है जाना है यहाँ से, तो जब आप यहाँ आए थे इतना खूबसूरत ये सब क्लब मिला आपको, तो आपका जिम्मेदारी बनता है जब आप यहाँ से जाओ तो इस क्लब को और इनरिच करके जाओ। ठीक है, ठीक है। तो आपका जो पर्पज ये है कि आप जब डेस्टिन्ड है तो आप क्यों काम करो, तो डेस्टिन्ड तभी है जब आप काम करोगे, काम तो आप कर रहे हैं। अभी आप सोचो नहीं मैं बन जाऊंगा, प्रोफेसर बन जाऊंगा, डेस्टिन तो है, वो डेस्टिन नहीं है ऐसा। कर्म से ही आप सब आगे आओगे, इच्छा नहीं करनी आप। और कर्म, मैंने आपको बताया, भाग्य ही आपको कर्म भी कराता है। ये स्वामी जी ने बोला, मैंने नहीं बोला। स्वामी जी ने बोला भाग्य ही कर्म कराता है। आपके भाग्य में होगा तो कर्म करोगे, नहीं होगा तो नहीं करोगे। एंजॉय योर लाइफ। एनीथिंग एल्स?
Sir, I have another question also.
Okay.
Swami Vivekananda used to say that talk to yourself at least once in a
No,
day.
you have a question or you are
Yeah.
telling something?
Question.
Ah.
Is it a form of meditation?
Sorry?
Swami Vivekananda ji used to say that talk to yourself at least once in a day. So is it a form of meditation? Talking to yourself, talking to myself is a form of meditation?
It's a self-introspection.
As we know that meditation helps you to calm down, it gives you a feeling of bliss. What are the chances that it may change your personality from personality A to personality B? Maybe like the students are there, they have to be proactive, they have to work hard, but if their personality changes to personality B, if they slow down, then it will not be good for them. So how we can?
No, basically the purpose of meditation, what happens is, you're always in a state of bliss. The moment you are in a state of bliss, you can focus more. That is a age-related problem, you know. As the age increases, automatically your transformation takes place. आपको intentionally करने की जरूरत नहीं है. It happens automatically. आप जो जितने aggressive आप थे 10 साल पहले, उतने आज नहीं हो. आप जो 5 साल पहले सोचते थे आज नहीं सोच रहे. जो चीज आपको 5 साल पहले अच्छा लगता था आज नहीं अच्छा लग रहा है, और 5 साल के बाद ये अच्छा नहीं लगेगा. तो every stages of life has its own charm and the beauty. When I was young, my purpose was to do research. When I was in the middle age, my purpose was to create some atmosphere. And at this age, my purpose is to facilitate people and to motivate people. So at every age, you have a different role to play. But if you reverse the role, then you will be in trouble. तो उससे ऐसा नहीं कि आपकी पर्सनालिटी चेंज हो जाएगा. पर्सनालिटी तो आपका जो है वो एज के हिसाब से चलता जाएगा, उसमें उससे कोई फर्क नहीं. या थैंक यू वेरी मच.
I'm really grateful to our chief guest, Professor Verma, for the enlightening talk and the very nice interaction. Thank you, sir. Yes. So big hands for Professor Verma once again. So now I would like to share with you a video which is a record of our own students' performance at Vivekananda Kendra, Kanyakumari, this year in the month of February, 27th February. This is the artistic yoga performance done by our own students, and the entire script is also written by our students. The reading of the script is also done by our students, and as well as the enactment. The name of this performance is Chitta Bhumayaha. In the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, there is a mention of 5 stages of mind. They are Mudha, that is the dull state; the Kshipta, that is the restless state; the Vikshipta, the extremely restless state; the Ekagra, the concentrated state; and the Niruddha, the highest concentrated state. So these states are the journeys through which a yogi goes through. The entire purpose of Ashtanga Yoga is to transcend the mind by passing through these 5 stages. So this has been very, very elaborately described in the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, especially the Vyasa Bhashya. And our students have taken this step ahead. They have performed the combination of yogic postures along with music, which actually illustrates how these states are. Because by reading the text and the detailed commentary, it is very difficult to comprehend. So they have come up with a very innovative way of representing the 5 states of mind, which are very, very fundamental to the sadhana of Ashtanga Yoga, through a combination of yogic postures. So this is the record that has been done at Vivekananda Kendra while they were performing, because this particular hall is not very conducive to recreate that artistic yoga performance. So we thought of sharing the recorded video. So here we present the recorded video now.
And Research Institute, Belur Math, Howrah, West Bengal. Now we are going to present a artistic yoga performance, which is titled as of Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, Belur Math, Howrah, West Bengal. Now we are going to present a artistic yoga performance, which is titled as Chitta Bhumayaha, where we beautifully structured the various kinds of thoughts of and the level of the chittas, and which is presented by the some yogic postures. Let's we begin the Chitta Bhumayaha.
जीवन का अर्थ एवं लक्ष्य क्या है? इसका उत्तर ढूंढने का प्रयास मानव युगों से करता रहा है। योग शास्त्र कहते हैं कि कैवल्य ही जीवन का परम लक्ष्य है और योग उसको प्राप्त करने का उपाय है। इस परम लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के लिए योगी अपने जीवन का उत्सर्ग करते रहे हैं। इस लक्ष्य पर्यंत की यात्रा का मार्गदर्शन हमें महर्षि पतंजलि के योग दर्शन में मिलता है। महर्षि कहते हैं कि वृत्ति सारूप्यम से स्वरूप अवस्थानम की यात्रा अर्थात वर्तमान व्यवहारिक अवस्था से अपनी स्वाभाविक अवस्था की प्राप्ति ही योग है, जिसमें योगी अनुशासन विधियों का पालन करते हुए अपने प्रकृतिजन्य विकारों का त्याग करके निज आत्मा के साथ संयुक्त होता है। योग के अनेक प्रकारों में से महर्षि पतंजलि रचित योग दर्शन सबसे श्रेष्ठ मार्ग है। साधकों के क्षमता के अनुसार महर्षि 3 प्रकार के योग मार्गों की व्याख्या करते हैं। उच्च स्तर के साधकों के लिए राजयोग, अभ्यास वैराग्याभ्याम, मध्यम स्तर के लिए क्रिया योग, तपस्वाध्याय ईश्वर प्रणिधानानि, और अधम स्तर के लिए अष्टांग योग, यम नियम आसन प्राणायाम प्रत्याहार धारणा ध्यान समाधयो का वर्णन महर्षि ने किया है। इस प्रसिद्ध अष्टांग योग को पार करते हुए योगी का चित्त किन अवस्थाओं से गुजरता है और वह किस प्रकार के विघ्नों का सामना करता है, इसका अनुमान इस मार्ग पर चलकर ही लगाया जा सकता है। आपके समक्ष रामकृष्ण मिशन विवेकानंद विश्वविद्यालय के योग विभाग के छात्रों द्वारा इस यात्रा की विभिन्न घटनाओं का प्रदर्शन प्रस्तुत है।
योगेन चित्तस्य पदेन वाचा मलं शरीरस्य च वैद्यकेन योपाकरोत्तम प्रवरं मुनीनां पतञ्जलिं प्राञ्जलिरानतोऽस्मि।
मन, बुद्धि, चित्त एवं अहंकार के समन्वय को चित्त कहते हैं। चित्त प्रकृति का अंग होने के कारण त्रिगुणात्मक है। त्रिगुणों के आधार पर चित्त की 5 अवस्थाएं होती हैं: मूढ़, क्षिप्त, एकाग्र, विक्षिप्त और निरुद्ध। दृश्य 1, मूढ़ भूमि। वाचस्पति मिश्र अपने तत्व वैशारदी टीका में मूढ़ भूमि का वर्णन करते हुए कहते हैं कि मूढ़म तु तमः समुद्रे का निद्रा विद्धिमत। मूढ़ अवस्था तमोगुण से भरा हुआ होता है। क्या होता है जब व्यक्ति में तमोगुण बढ़ जाता है? योग सूत्र के व्याख्याकार महामुनि व्यास कहते हैं कि तमसा अनुविद्धम अधर्म, अज्ञान, अवैराग्य, अनैश्वर्योपगम भवति। अर्थात तमोगुण के कारण व्यक्ति में अधर्म, अज्ञान, अवैराग्य और अनैश्वर्य के गुण उत्पन्न होते हैं। श्रीमद् भगवत गीता में श्री कृष्ण कहते हैं कि अप्रकाशो अप्रवृत्तिश्च प्रमादो मोह एव च तमस्येतानि जायन्ते विवृद्धे कुरु नंदन। अर्थात तमोगुण के कारण अप्रकाश, अप्रवृत्ति, प्रमाद और मोह आदि वृत्तियां उत्पन्न होती हैं। और तो और तथा प्रलीनस्तमसि मूढ़योनिषु जायते। तमोगुण की अवस्था में मरने पर मूढ़ योनि में जन्म होता है। योगेश्वराय महादेवाय त्रयंबकाय त्रिपुरांतकाय योगेश्वराय महादेवाय त्रयंबकाय त्रिपुरांतकाय कालाय कालाने नीलकंठाय मृत्युंजयाय। दृश्य 2, क्षिप्त भूमि। क्षिप्त अवस्था कैसी है? क्षिप्तम सदैव रजसा तेषु तेषु विषयेषु क्षिप्यमाणम अत्यंतमस्थिरम। रजोगुण के कारण क्षिप्त अवस्था में चित्त अत्यंत अस्थिर हो जाता है। क्या होता है जब व्यक्ति में रजोगुण बढ़ जाता है? महामुनि व्यास कहते हैं कि प्रख्यारूपम ही चित्त सत्वम रजस्तमोभ्याम संशिष्टमैश्वर्य विषय प्रियम भवति। अर्थात रजोगुण की अधिकता के कारण व्यक्ति ऐश्वर्य और विषय प्रिय होता है। श्री कृष्ण कहते हैं कि लोभ प्रवृत्तिरारंभः कर्मणाम शमस्पृहा रजस्येतानि जायन्ते विवृद्धे भरतर्षभ। अर्थात रजोगुण के कारण लोभ, प्रवृत्ति, कर्मों का आरंभ, अशांति और स्पृहा आदि वृत्तियां उत्पन्न होती हैं। और तो और रजसी प्रलयं गत्वा कर्म संगीषु जायते। रजोगुण की अवस्था में मरने पर मनुष्य योनि की प्राप्ति होती है।
देवराज सेव्यमान पावनांघ्रि पंकजं व्यालयज्ञ सूत्रमिन्दु शेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादि योगी वृंद वंदितं दिगंबरं काशिकापुराधिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे।
एकाग्र भूमि। एकाग्र अवस्था में क्या होता है? एकाग्रम तुल्य प्रत्यय प्रवाहम एकाग्रम एकतानम। इस अवस्था में चित्त शांत हो जाता है। चित्त में वृत्तियों का एकांता होती है। महामुनि कहते हैं कि यस्त्वेकाग्र चेतसी सद्भूतमर्थम प्रत्योतयति क्षिणोति च क्लेशान् कर्म बंधनानि श्लथयति निरोधम अभिमुखम करोति स संप्रज्ञातो योग इत्याख्यायते। अर्थात एकाग्र भूमि में सत्व गुण प्रधान होने के कारण यथार्थ ज्ञान, क्लेशों का नाश, कर्म बंधनों की शिथिलता और निरुद्ध भूमि की ओर गमन होता है। श्रीमद् भगवद गीता कहती है कि सर्वद्वारेषु देहस्मि प्रकाश उपजायते ज्ञानम यदा तदा विद्यात् विवृद्धं सत्वमित्युत। अर्थात जब इस मनुष्य की इंद्रियों और अंतःकरण में प्रकाश और विवेक प्रकट होता है तब जानना चाहिए कि सत्व गुण बढ़ा हुआ है। और तो और सत्व गुण की अधिकता की अवस्था में मरने पर व्यक्ति उत्तम वेताओं के निर्मल लोकों में जाता है। यदा सत्वे प्रवृद्धे तु प्रलयं याति देहभृत् तदुत्तम विदान् लोकान् अमलान् प्रतिपद्यते।
जटाटवी कलज्ज्वल प्रवाह पावतस्थले गलेवलं विलम्बिताम्बुजङ्ग तुङ्गमालिका टमट्टमट्टमट्टमन्निनादवाट्टमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु न शिवा शिवम्।
दृश्य 4। विक्षिप्त भूमि। विक्षिप्त अवस्था में क्या होता है? सत्वाधिकेन समादधादपि चित्तम रजो मात्राय अंतरांतर विषयांतर वित्तिमत। इस अवस्था में चित्त में रजोमात्र उत्पन्न होने के कारण वह विषयों की ओर भागता है। महामुनि कहते हैं कि प्रत्योतमानम अनुविद्धम रजोमात्रया धर्म ज्ञान वैराग्य ऐश्वर्योपगम भवति। अर्थात रजोमात्र शेष रहने के कारण व्यक्ति धर्म, ज्ञान, वैराग्य और ऐश्वर्य का अनुरागी होता है।
त्रिसंकाशगौरं कबीरं मनोभूतकोटि प्रभाषे शरीरम्। कल्लोलिनी चारुगंगा रसत्तालवालेन्दुकण्ठे भुजंगा।
दृश्य 5। निरुद्ध भूमि। निरुद्ध अवस्था में क्या होता है? निरुद्धम मिति प्रत्यय सुन्नम चित्तम। निरुद्ध भूमि त्रिगुणातीत अवस्था है जिसमें कोई वृत्ति शेष नहीं रहती है। इसमें व्यक्ति स्वाभाविक रूप से शांत एवं परमात्मा के दर्शन के योग्य हो जाता है। इस अवस्था के योगियों का जीवन केवल प्रारब्ध को भोगने के लिए शेष रहता है, तब असंप्रज्ञात योग होता है। महामुनि महर्षि कहते हैं कि न तत्र किंचित संप्रज्ञात इत्यासंप्रज्ञातः, अर्थात जहाँ कुछ जानने को शेष ही नहीं रहा हो वह असंप्रज्ञात योग है। उसमें तदेव रजोलेशमलापेतम स्वरूप प्रतिष्ठम सत्व पुरुषान्यता ख्याति मात्रम धर्म मेघ ध्यान उपगम भवति, अर्थात जब रजोमल का नामात्र नहीं रहता तब केवल संस्कार मात्र शेष रहते हैं, तो धर्म मेघ समाधि की प्राप्ति होती है।
शिवदूती स्वरूपेण हतदैत्यमावदे घोररूपे महारावे भैरवे नमोस्तुते। शिवदूती स्वरूपेण हतदैत्यमावदे घोररूपे महारावे भैरवे नमोस्तुते। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति। योगे
So I hope you enjoyed the performance, although I think it would have been more enjoyable if they did it live over here. So this is the recording of the event that happened in Vivekananda Kendra, Kanyakumari on 27th of February this year. That's what we played. So big round of applause for our students, all those who participated. Yes, so they are all here. So Somesh sir, he is a student of MSc Yoga, now in second year. Nayan Mollik, he is a student of postgraduate diploma in yoga. Kuntal, he is also a student of PGDY. And Anshu Gupta, and Kamin Mibang, he is also a student of Masters in Yoga, second year. And Sanjay Maji, he was the anchor. And we are also missing two more students. Rama Arya is the script writer, and Gautam is also one of the performers. So here is all your artists over here. A big round for them. Thank you. So with this, we have come to the end of the first half. The second half of the session is basically academic talks by our respected professors of the department. There are 4 talks lined up. Each will cover different aspects of yoga from the physiological point of view to the neuroscience point of view. So we have we begin with the talk of Professor Uday Shankar Ray, who is joining online, and he is going to give the lecture live. Yes, he's going to give the lecture live. So I think he's already online in Zoom. So could you just connect?
Did you get me? It is there already. Hello. 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 Tamaso ma jatirigamaya mittu ma amritangamaya. First of all, I express my sincere gratitude to Nimai Maharaj and the university for giving me this privilege for this presentation. And I have my greetings to you all for this auspicious occasion. And this is my speech is on common yoga protocol. And this common yoga protocol, in this one, there are some, actually Ministry of House has made a few years back. In that one, in booklet, they have given some points they have raised, and that I have made in the 4 points in separate slides I have put. So this common yoga protocol has been made that it intends to intending to that bring awareness about yoga and its benefits among the people. The second point is that spread the message of harmony and peace through yoga among communities. What else can be better alternative than yoga, which itself tells like this for this harmony and peace during this period. All of you know that what is the condition in the world, in country itself, it is going on. And another thing is bringing awareness about yoga. If it is minimal, and we are having a huge this manpower, we are having around 33 crores of people, and for them to give this minimum awareness about yoga, it's not a matter of joke. In worldwide also it is there. In that case, people will be aware of that one too. In their practical life, they can apply that one whenever it is required. This is the basic one. And this caution, 2 cautions are there, that teachings and information in the guideline are not substitute for medical advice of physicians. And caution another is that Ministry of Ayush does not assume any responsibility or liability for any injury or loss that may result from practicing yoga. So this is the common yoga protocol, and it is there are loosening exercises. Initially we tell in physical exercise and all, we tell that it is, there is on in sports, it is tell the warm up. It is not warm up, it is termed as loosening. The joints and all, it will be little loosened and show that it is easier to practice the asanas. And this one, there are 21 asanas, including that Savasana and Makarasana, the relaxative asanas. And yoga breathing maneuvers, there are 4 yoga breathing maneuvers. One of it is Kapalbhati, it is not pranayama, it is kriya, and is another 3 are Nadi Shodhan pranayama, then Sitali pranayama and Brahmari pranayama. One thing is that it's beautifully all these things, this cream of these practices, comparatively easier to practice, those has been taken and put in this chart, and they are selected. It has been by the yoga masters, including different, with the advice of different yoga, leading yoga institutes. One of them is this institute, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute. So the second thing is that in this part, I will be pointing out that common yoga protocol, one first chart you are seeing some young lady is practicing, and second chart we see Swami Ramdev himself is practicing. He is also one of the advisors in these committees. So in this one you see, these remarkable differences I am showing, the how it variance goes on. Even you name one single yoga practice and that variations is there. You see how he is practicing. Pavan Muktasana. All of us know what is Pavan Muktasana, and this is this young lady. She is also proficient. She is practicing. She is practicing. In that one, we see that all of us know this is the posture. So this has been it may be Baba Ramdev. He has lots of followers, and he is proficient in this one. He has got right flexibility. He has attained certain stage, so he could practice. But still, there are, when common people are practicing, there we have to think about these variations also, and this we have to think about as has been told by Department of Ayush in their caution, second advisory. This is what yoga common protocol has been made for the common man. Okay, what common man want? Common person wants their day-to-day life, whatever they do, that can be done comfortably, and execution of the job can be done in a proper way, so that and this is possible only by better physical and mental fitness. That is the basic thing. And in addition to that, World Health Organization adds to that another point, that he or she should be able to enjoy their leisure time activities. That is also no less important. Another aspect is there are a lot complications of life is there. It may be, and not only that, environmental factors are also there. So these stresses, they should be able to manage. Stress management, big way it has come. Yoga is synonymous of the stress buster. I had to work on the environmental side a lot. This one, actually, I started this work in this line in yoga related one, on high altitude stress and altitude stress. And there we have seen beautifully yoga matches. Initially, we could not think how it will be fitting to this situation. And later on, of course, we saw that all these yoga masters, and they have gone to the high altitudes and area and cold, extreme cold, they practice yoga, and they could withstand this extreme harsh environment also. Even a fraction of that one can gain by common man, that they will be benefited. So this is one we have seen. This another in this institute itself, regarding heat stress, we have done another work. In that one, what we have done, this is the product of this institute itself. that we have seen it hot environment, 40 degrees Celsius temperature, and humidity is also is there. In that condition, we have taken heat stress indices. In that one, we have seen they could withstand the hot environment also within the some 1 hour they can tolerate, and with the maintaining the core temperature, that is inside body temperature, and it is not going that high, and simultaneously the defensive mechanism of that sweating mechanism should not be that much, so that they lead into the water loss, the dehydration. So 1 hour it is possible, and that has been published in some good journal also. So this is, I'm taking environmental factors is there, and stress management. Then mental, I have this mental stress, yoga and stress buster and all these things. People are knowing, and I'll be later some other sites I'll be showing those things. Then how this happens, how this performance improves, it improves by yogasanas, it improves by yoga breathing maneuvers, and also meditation. The yogasanas, what it does, it improves muscle strength. It is analgesic. Jogging exercises, yogasanas is stressing type. Pain it relieves. That is, you will be seeing that physiotherapists use different yoga postures. That is one of the pain relieving factor. For that thing that is being done, that improves body flexibility, optimize activities of the cardiovascular system. Cardiovascular system, when I tell blood pressure, heart, and all it becomes a common thing. So our body always wants to itself is natural way wants to be in some equilibrium position. There should be in balanced state. So yoga, nothing but it does, what it helps, and properly if it is done, it always tries to bring the minimum, optimize the levels of blood pressure, heart rate, and all these cardiovascular related things. And it has got effects on other systems also. Improve activities of the sensory motor system. We have got whatever we get from Panchandriya, whatever you get from outside environment, that goes to our brain, it is integrated, decision is being taken, what to do and not. Then through motor system, motor nerves, we execute the task. So then that one, both the sensory and motor side, these yogasanas has got good effects. And I am not going to give details of that one. Yoga breathing maneuvers, what we call that kriya, I think that one is in yoga, this common yoga protocol, it has got that Kapalbhati, that's kriya. This another one is that all this pranayama, what it does the blood oxygenation in a better way. What is what is happening? We know we are having in our lung, there is this vesicles, the air packs inside this one, the single in the alveoli, and in that one's interface of the capillary and alveolar wall, this interface is there, and there actually more your respiratory rate goes down, more the time it is gets, that transit time it is more, better oxygenation is there. Simultaneously, this is one side. Another thing, more air is available. Deep breathing is there. Deep breathing, if it is there, yoga improves the depth of breathing. What is the depth of breathing? When every breath, if you take more air, instead of so many panting, so many times you are doing respiratory rate goes up, you are more tired. Your respiratory muscles get tired. So in exercise or any activity for that matter, if for your depth of breathing is better, that means you are breathing in a much economic way. That is economic way of breathing. And the same thing I'll be giving later slides, I'll be a little bit touching upon that one. So respiratory muscles also get strength, but the exercise is there. And blood flow through heart, that is another mechanism that when you breathe, then inhalation and exhalation itself has got effect, direct effect through some beautiful physiological mechanism that blood flow, cardiac hemodynamics changes, and ultimately endpoint is that your cardiac, the blood coming out from the heart, it becomes more, and that becomes helpful for the blood oxygenation throughout the body in the systemic circulation. Meditation, Dr. Bharma has he has told about meditation. I'm not going to just points I'll be telling. And meditation controls excitatory process. He was telling sympathetic hyperactivity, it pacifies, parasympathetic tonic it becomes. That's why it happens. And other processes are there, has a calming effect and mental tranquility. What is the mental tranquility? There is prashanti. I think very prashanti, exact English may not be coming, but thing is that it is like that. It is there. Those who meditate and they practice, I think few hours or some days, they easily, one need not go for meditation also. If simply one practices asanas, pranayamas also, one can feel that one. Because this yogasanas differs from gymnastics in that way. There is some meditative component. If you do better yogasanas, if you will be then during that time, your mind should be there in the muscles, body, different movements, and all your mind also getting controlled with that one. Then when somebody is doing yoga breathing maneuvers, every time this instruction is there, you feel your breath, That is also one sort of meditation. So all these things, it is an integrated fashion, it is there. Yogasanas, then pranayamas, all these yoga breathing maneuvers, and meditation is interlinked. One is good, if somebody is good in that one, he may achieve other one also, he will be good. But that doesn't mean that those who are doing yogasanas, he can't do better meditation and all. Or those who are more advanced, they are doing only meditation. So overall, it controls, improves. There is improvement in neuroplasticity. What is neuroplasticity? Good old days, people used to think that nerve cells, it doesn't regenerate. The cell death is there, it can't regenerate. So nowadays, that is, this modern science tells it is not like that. Brain cells can regenerate, and that is called neuroplasticity. And this one neuron with another neuron, one nerve cell with the other communications, it improves. And that is being, and once while meditation, it improves. There are a lot of literature has come, and particularly last 20 years, a lot of literature has come. And after the discovery and this supplement of this fMRI system, MRI and fMRI also, during dynamic phase of these changes, it is being recorded. Improves sensory motor nervous processing. Already I have told this, we have got some data on this one, and beautifully it fits into this one. See, I'll be telling an example. If this reaction time you are measuring, suppose you are doing some sound. With respect to sound, you have to tap that one, so that in between that you are knowing that what is the time in between. Stimulus to the ear, and you are tapping, some pressing the button. In between this time, it shortens. That means reaction times, it improves. So this improvement is there in our lab also. We have seen that in this improvement, not only this, you have seen in the other levels also. Simple reaction time, I'm just saying, simple reaction time. It improves by yogasanas, it improves by yoga breathing maneuvers, and definitely it improves after meditation. And when everything is done, what you have to see, you have to choose how this quality of practice you can judge from that one. So it happens. This is very good parameter in that one. Having positive effect on physiological systems overall. Yoga overall has the positive psycho-neuro-immunologic effects. What is the psycho-neuro-immunologic? This term is very much used nowadays. Psycho-neuro-immunologic effects. What is this? Your yogic practices changes your mindset That itself has meditation and all, it has effect on your nervous system, and nervous system is nicely related with immunologic processes, and particularly all this hormonal system that through our neurohypothesis and all, it is related. So these chain reactions is there, what we call the downstream effect in physiology. It is there, so it rejuvenates the immunologic process. Yoga has got this preventive. I'll be stressing more on the preventive rather than curative strategies, because some we have to yoga big way it can come. There is even for subclinical level of disease management, that level of whatever has to be done, still it is not being done. Lifestyle related disorders, that hypertension, coronary artery diseases, diabetes, skeletal disorders, it is there, it's proven, it happens. But strategies has to be thought out. We are having, and which intensity has to be done. What type of exercise? Yogic exercise, okay. How long? Which exercise? Particularly, and we have got a beautiful setting now. Previously, we didn't have. We have to search through literature. We have to run through different yoga masters and yoga institutes, that which one we should, what postures we should select. Now, a beautiful yoga, that common yoga protocol, which will be used by common man itself, that we are having, it can be judged. It has to be looked for. See, lot of work has been done. Even online recording in my lab we have done. But thing is that once something has been seen, the further studies are required. But this has to be, one has cautious approach will be there. Otherwise, it becomes a repetition. And once required, and this has it should have more application side. Simply theoretically, it increases, goes up and go down. We don't get into any answer. We have to answer to the people for whom we are making, and it will lead to so many yoga packages. And these are mental disorders. This anxiety, depression, this is a common thing. And you know this, almost every psychiatrist that use this tool of yoga, they tell meditation and all these things, they tell. And indirectly, National Institute of Pro-Chancellor, he was telling that National Institute of Mental Health, in big way they have done in this line of work. And they have that Professor Desiraj, who was there 85, 82, he initiated with this type of work. And now this institute is wholly devoted on that one. And what they are doing much depth into the problem. And previously we could not think, we just not heard of how the people of mental disorders could be recovered. So they are doing, and these are all very useful non-pharmacological tools for curing the mental disorders. Infectious diseases may work, as I was telling how it is, they may work as immune booster. See, this is it is not that complicated graph. Still, I was trying to avoid all these graphs, but I could not resist the temptation to show this one to my colleagues. Is infection risk to the different diseases reduces. This graph is very common. Previously also it is known, and COVID-19 situation, it becomes more popular. So what is that? You see this JSEP. In this one, we see this is the minimum, particularly upper respiratory tract infection risk factor, it reduces. Risk factor, infection risk is raised. Over and above, that's why I'm showing, if you are do exercise, your risk become lesser and lesser. And that exercise, but there is some limit. It should be 40 to 50% of your maximal of a person's maximal effort. It is 40 to 50%. That is some maximal level in moderately. If it is there, then it will be much better. So if it is somebody, and yoga as such, it is, we have seen several times, and we have got published papers, and also all literature also tells yoga comes under low to moderate intensity of exercise. Other way around, we are trying to use it. This is the one use of this one. This is this yogic exercises is this within this one. You will come under this category of exercise, moderate level of exercise. Now I'll be telling how we evolved. I was working for defense DRDO. I was working for soldiers, and actually perhaps during this period, we were the first people to start in the common people. Previously, a lot of work is to be done, the advanced yogis, they have done. But we first started this work of the common people for soldiers that could benefit in the different work situations. So these are the approach as given by the yoga scriptures, literatures developed by great yoga masters. We have to consult with different yoga institutes, and we have to beat. Actually, Morarji Desai, National Institute of Yoga, in its previous form, it was that this name was different. So they have helped that time to make this one, these protocols. But thing is that we had to select. We did rigorous scientific scrutiny. We had, by the time technology has come, we had on computer all these recordings and all there, so we could take all these, almost all these, I think 17, 18 asanas we do. We have recorded their meditation, these pranayamas, all this wonderful. We have seen all these things. We have got online recordings, and in fact, CCRN project, 4-5 years we have CCRN project was there, and that report is also there. In that one, all this has been reported. So from that one, they helped us for the consideration of the space, time, circumstances. Space is very important for us. See, every people, they don't have that much space to do this practice. Yoga, of course, how much it is? One mat, and it is costly. It is not that costly. It caught and just one mat and will to do. But time is, some people, they don't get time and all, and circumstances, of course. This time factor, I'll give one example. Morarji Desai National Institute of Yoga made another yoga protocol, that is for 5 minutes yoga protocol for these people who are actually on site working for them, how yoga can help them. We have seen it helps them, even 5 minutes yoga practicing, that also it helps. And that is a self-rated posterior to where we have taken that one. This is another approach. The intensity of different physiological and psychophysiological responses during and after practice to be considered. So this is already, Lord, literature is flooded with this type of work, but common yoga protocol and individual permutation, combination of sequence and all, still not, it is not there. I think that will be great input if it can be done. Being a scientist, I should present more popular type of lecture, but I am not listening because the students are also there and our colleagues are also there. It should be occupation specific, white collar and blue collar. Among the white collar, there are varying classifications. Bank employee class and those who are having more intellectual works, it may be different. Blue collar, even those who are working in the factories, shop floor of factories, and those who are working in the cultivation trade, agricultural levels. In that case, it will be maybe different. There are different, that's why I was telling the occupation specific. Then age specific. Age, as Professor Bharma was telling, aging gives wiseness. Aging gives you a physical disability also. Nature doesn't cope with your aging and your efficiency goes down. So how it has to be done in beginning by these yogi practices. Even this common yoga protocol, somebody practice how it aging, how they can cope with that one. Whether it can be curtailed, whether it can be put some more practices, or time has to be improved. All these things, nitty-gritties are required. Then sex, this is the actually male and female differences are there. This we have seen in single 5 minutes yoga protocol. We have seen there are responses are different. They are both blue collar people and blue collar female and blue collar male. We have seen differences, and you see anger management and stress management better it becomes the female workers. So this is like this should be that these angles. lot of this work has not been done. This self-related, this what we did during this time, what I was doing, this 5 minutes yoga protocol, the study was going on. We were thinking that whether it will be giving proper responses. But later on, I thought that yes, if this may be a one avenue, but that has to be more structured. Psychologists have got more better tool in their hand how to make these questions. And there are some deficiencies, but still we see them differences. Male and female differences are there. This is very interesting. And maybe even blue color, white color, these differences are there. Then maybe suggested for certain cluster of occupations. I need not explain. These are big way it is still going on in occupational health. Maybe device, and this one, this department has got I think better good competence in the sports, field of sports. So they are also in this sports, you see, common man, common person, they want some fitness is different. They are knowing common yoga protocol, something they are knowing. Okay, some days or other, today they practice, tomorrow they forget, but at least they are knowing something is there. They know what is Pavanmuktasana. They know what is pranayama. So whenever they have a problem, if somebody advises, they can do it. But if that they don't know at all, that time the person or trainer who will be training, lot of struggle he has to make. Even is helpful in the hospital way. Lot of work is coming on heart failure patients. I know the peak oxygen uptake improves by yoga, and that one and they improve from they reverse the diseases, these coronary artery diseases, not only the coronary artery, heart failure, 25% of this one. So that time they will be learning yoga. At least some idea if it is having a doctor or proper medical attendance will be there, and some trainer can give very easy form, it will be there to teach them. This I am telling, that is from one corner, one extreme. Other corner is sports person. A sports means there in competitive sports means excellence to the end, physical and mental endurance. Yoga helps in that one. But this research approach has to be little more. This is difference. It will be focused in that extent. How can human ability can be stressed to the end? So then only it will be helpful. Meditation of okay, certain cases and all we have done in this aiming and all these things. Maybe devised for this there. Maybe devised for larger group of population. These ideas we can, when it can be expanded. This is a more recent publication I had after coming to Calcutta. I started this work with some university students, and in that one we see this is 22, 7 years it started. It took to give fruit. It has been published in Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine. That is a LCBR publication. There's differences in skeletal growth pattern yoga practicing adolescent girls. This is a cross-sectional study. In this one, what you see 4 years to nowadays, craze it has become so much, yoga craze. Parents and their guardians, they're eager, they're lined up. Sometimes they're lined up with yoga centers and all for training them, these kids, the yoga. There are people convinced about it. And not only that, the craze for performing better and the competition. Yoga competitions has got its impact on this one also. So what is happening? So this time I thought that why not we see this craze is there. Even 4 years old girl is doing 5, 6 years, when actually yoga masters tells you start from 8 years. See, it starts. So what is happening? We see this, there is depression in the growth. This mean value is the yoga girls, yoga practicing, and control group as compared to these are lower. This hello. Then this is the one. Hello. So this is the one, is growth, it affects. Thank you very much.
So I would like to request Professor Arnob Das to speak to you. He's going to tell you very interesting thing that we have experimented in our physiology laboratory. So all of you please carefully listen. His title of his talk is Physiology of Yoga, but he's going to share with you some interesting finding of some experiment we did in our own lab with our own students, and the idea also has come from our own professors. So please listen to this. I am also very curious. Please, sir.
Pointer. So a very good afternoon to all of you. So at first, I would like to thank Mrinmoy Maharaj for inviting me on this Yoga Mahotsav Day to deliver a talk on physiology of yoga. So at first, we'll see one picture. Let's not change it. So, okay, so most probably you all know that in each yoga pose, we are mainly focusing the scientific aspects, the physiology part we will see here basically, the anatomy. And, okay. Okay, I think from March 2020, we all are facing these issues. Not the person I am highlighting. I am trying to highlight the mask, face shield, hand sanitization, and all those. So most probably you are thinking why I'm starting from that level. So basically, it's an unavoidable situation we all faced, and which basically leads us towards mental stress, lot of mental stress, most probably. Our sleep quality got hampered. Suddenly we got a decrease in physical activity, and anxiety level also increased. So these are the things which basically leads to several individual observations are there, and there are several research articles also there which clearly examined and established that during yoga, our sleep quality got during COVID-19 pandemic and because of lockdown, our sleep quality, anxiety, and those profiles got hampered. So, and changes in physical quality as well. So at the same time, there are several articles also that suggest that physical activity needs to be promoted. And one of the key physical activity that was highlighted in the Indian context as well and throughout the globe, across the globe, and that is yoga, although it was practiced from long back. So that means basically, so in yoga practices, we are mainly discussed about the spiritual advantage and we have physiological advantages as well. So here in this talk, I'll mainly focus on the physiological aspect. And that is, I think you all know that yes, so our human body is basically a multicellular organism and which is made up of several systems, organs, and again, organs are composed of several tissues, cells, and organelles. So whenever some kind of intervention or exercise or yoga we are doing, so obviously the response which is coming, it will be at the every level, that is the tissue level, at the organ level, at the system level, everywhere. If we consider as a cardiovascular system, which is made up of various vessels, capillaries, and our major part heart. So what are the changes happening in that level during practicing yoga? We'll see that part. So what are the different physiological effects of yoga? So one first, obviously the previous lecture, the Professor Yuvesra already highlighted different physiological points. So one of the key aspects is the improved cardiovascular efficiency due to different yoga. It also improves our mental and cognitive, neurocognitive ability, neural plasticity. Sarah has clearly explained that part. And there are several research already done, mainly those with a yoga intervention. That means a different yoga program was designed, not only a single yoga program. And that program was implemented on a certain group and for maybe for a 2 weeks, 4 weeks, or 1 month. And after that, they monitored what kind of responses happened. So there are different other systems also got improved, like improves breathing capacity and respiration. It also improves our flexibility and muscle strength, improves digestion, regeneration of pancreatic beta cells. It hampers, influences the increased sensitivity of the beta cell. Beta cell generally is responsible to synthesize or produce insulins to handle the glucose level in our body. And the next part is our reactive oxygen species level or certain hormones like cortisol. Those things actually gets benefited out of every yoga. It also helps to improve the blood circulation in our body. And you can see it also has an influence on our immune system. It boosts immune system. So nowadays, another important aspect after knowing all this information, yoga as a non-therapeutic clinical approach, it's been used. So for example, diabetes. So I think nowadays we are facing a lot of diabetic patients, most probably in most of our relatives' home or sometimes in our home as well. Maybe someone is diabetic and which is a hereditary most of the time. So there are certain asanas which basically helps to improve diabetes. There are obesity issues as well. So there are certain yoga that is, but mainly the Hatha yoga practices was promoted to handle the obesity issues, particularly the body mass index, musculoskeletal problems such as arthritis, asanas, bowel symptoms. Certain yoga is responsible to improve our digestive system, to improve the liver function, to improve the pancreatic function as well. So those, our digestion, we can regulate or improve through certain asanas. And cancer. So not to cure the cancer, mainly it was highlighted those who are cancer patients, they severely face the mental retardation, severe depression, those things. So through meditation or through certain yoga practice, mainly the relaxation yogas, we can improve that part as well. So there are a lot of researches are there which is already going on. So a lot has already been researched and reported, but there are several questions which are not been addressed till now. And those unanswered questions, basically, for example, if somebody is practicing yoga, for example, if I consider Dhanurasana or Padmasana, so will the effect will be same for all age group across the age group? Suppose a 10 years old boy is practicing that yoga with the same repetition, same time, or an adult person is practicing that yoga, or an elderly, suppose 60 to 65 years of age. So will that response will be similar? Next thing is the another important aspect is whatever the research, most of the researchers is on the adaptation part of that yoga. For example, what is the meaning of adaptation? That means if somebody is doing that yoga for a long time, so what are the permanent or long-term changes or effects are happening on that particular system? But during that particular yoga, for example, I am doing that Padmasana for 15 seconds or 20 seconds hold. So during that time, what are the changes are happening inside my cardiovascular system or inside my respiratory system, that needs to be addressed or needs to know. We need to know that part. Another one example is, as we most probably you are about our chronobiology. And that is, some person, according to chronobiology, is a morning person and some are evening person. So that means few people will be very active at the morning and few people get the momentum to do some work at the evening. It's clearly evidenced. So there are certain questionnaires and method to detect who is a morning person and who is the evening person. So if the yoga response, when we are talking about yoga, so when it should be done, for everyone it should be at the same time, or we can individualize those things as well. So that is the another. Or are there any influence of environment, for example, temperature, humidity on yoga performance? Suppose somebody is doing that yoga in a hot season, mainly summer, and if that yoga is being performed at the winter season, so will it be the same? So those questions, when we try to focus, so we have not received a very clear-cut answers or evidence-based answers, although there are several texts which clearly describes the influence or the effect of that particular yoga. So we have tried to address this question. So what is the acute cardiopulmonary responses during various asanas or yoga? And that is, it's a pilot study we did, tried to do. And you can see that Dhanurasana is under, the subject is undergoing. It's one of our student that Noyan already here. And we have a sophisticated gas analyzer, that is a metabolic gas analyzer known as. So during, we need to put that mask and through a sample line tube, the entire gas, whatever is happening during that particular yoga. And we also put at the heart rate belt, heart rate sensor. So those changes we monitor continuously. And so the subjects undergone a heart rate monitoring, that was the Garmin heart rate belt we used, and the breath by breath metabolic gas analyzer, that is the Cosmet CPET. So this is not only the two, we have addressed some other yogas as well, but here today I'll show you two interesting findings, just a preliminary study. So what we did, the subjects did Savasana first for 1 minute after a proper warm up. After that, we choose certain yoga, that is the Hatha yoga, mainly for example, Dhanurasana, they did it for 30 seconds, hold. And after that, they are gone through the counter pose, that is the Balasana for 30 seconds. And again, they did Savasana like this. They did it for 10 times, not only one single time, they did it for 10 times. And what we observed, now we'll see. If you see the acute physiological response, the left side one, I think the graph format has slightly changed. If you see the left side one, the Dhanurasana effect, you can see the first graph, the left side, the left corner, that is the heart rate response. The next one is the VO2, that is the volume of oxygen consumption. And the next one is the RQ response, that is the respiratory quotient. What is respiratory quotient? How much oxygen we are consuming, and in each breath. So this is the breath by breath analysis. Now I am talking something. So delivering. So I am inhaling and I am exhaling. So that metabolic gas analyzer clearly detects each breath, how much oxygen I am consuming and how much carbon dioxide my body is producing and I am exhaling. That breath by breath data, based on that data, we what you are saying, that is basically the breath by breath data. So what is the interesting finding? The heart rate, if you can see, I think the picture is not very clear, but in case of Dhanurasana, if you see the y-axis value, so it is around 90, it's around 90 beats. So all that they did basically it's for 10 times. And you can see when they hold that position, the Dhanurasana, their heart rate increased. So is there any pointer? Yeah, sorry. So this figure, can you see? So this is the heart rate response. This is the VO2, volume of oxygen consumption during each yoga. And the bottom one is the RQ for Dhanurasana. And this side is the Ustrasana, their heart rate response, their volume of oxygen consumption, and their RQ response. So if you see the heart rate response, so this is the Dhanurasana start point, and end point. Again, they undergone the counter pose, Savasana, it came down. Again, they did the Dhanurasana, start point, end, again counter pose, Savasana, like that. If you see the x-axis, so that it is around 90 beats per minute when they started the Dhanurasana, and it increased gradually. If you see the Ustrasana practice also, Ustrasana start point to Ustrasana end point. So again, the heart rate increased when they hold the Ustrasana pose. But if you see the basal level, it's approximately the heart rate was around 85 beats per minute. It went till up to 95 to 90 to 95 beats per minute. That means here the basal value of the heart rate is approximately, they are starting from 90 beats per minute, and here it's 85. That means the cardiac cost of doing Dhanurasana, the cardiac demand or the stress on heart is much greater in case of Dhanurasana, although their posture is almost same in both yoga, both asana, but in case of Ustrasana, it is slightly lesser. If you see the oxygen consumption pattern, now see. So they have started when they have started, it went down initially and again went up, the increase, the oxygen consumption increase. So if you almost see the same trend when they did that practice. So it's the start point, end. Dhanurasana started, Dhanurasana ended. So it increased the oxygen consumption. If you see the Ustrasana oxygen consumption pattern during actual, when they did the Ustrasana practice, Ustrasana started, and when they finished the Ustrasana started this point, and when they finished ended the Ustrasana. So during Ustrasana, although it's a hyperparabolic pattern in both cases, the Dhanurasana and Ustrasana, but the volume of oxygen consumption from the beginning of that yoga, in the case of Dhanurasana, it went up. In case of Ustrasana, the volume of consuming oxygen, it came down. The exact reason in-depth analysis also required. The third graph, that is the RQ response, the respiratory quotient, as I was telling. So RQ also represents our body's substrate utilization. If RQ level is approximately 0.7 or 0.8, that indicates our body is utilizing or generating energy mainly from the fat source, not from the carbohydrate source. And when our RQ crosses 1, so that means that time our body is getting or producing ATP or relying fully on carbohydrate. It's on 100% carbohydrate and lesser fat. If you see here, some orientation changes happen, but basically in case of Dhanurasana, the RQ level was on the higher side compared to Ustrasana. It was around 0.85 when they started. Compared to Ustrasana, it was 0.8 approximately. So this is what is actually indicating. So you can see, I think, some orientation changes happen in the PPT, but you can continue. This next. So what are the preliminary observations? So this study was done mainly on right now on 3 subjects, and this is the individual subjects data what I shown just now. It's not a group data or something that group mean or group average. It's the individual response, as Verma sir was also sharing the individual response. So the Dhanurasana did by same subject, his response, and the Ustrasana also done by the same subject and his response. So it's not because of that we took some other gender and maybe his basal heart rate was low. That's why it influenced that part, and maybe that variation is because of the subject variation, not because to eliminate that we did it on the same subject. Okay, so like that we have planned to do it on multiple yoga sets, or to see or to monitor what are the different effects, physiological effects or demands of that particular yoga. Okay, so what we saw, the preliminary observations are basically, you can see the cardiac cost was more and the metabolic demand as seen in the VO2, also seen in the RQ level as well. And the Dhanurasana is greater and Ustrasana compared to Ustrasana. The oxygen consumption increased during Dhanurasana, whereas it decreased during Ustrasana compared to very beginning of those asana. So one study from Harvard Medical School found that decreased oxygen consumption approximately 17%. From mean to 251 milliliter per minute before yoga, and during yoga to 211 approximately. But that yoga is not only a single yoga, they followed a yoga protocol mainly, multiple yoga interventions, and during that time they saw how where the value is going. So what is the importance of knowing all these things? That is the main crucial part. So if we know that how each yoga, how much load we are getting or getting implemented on our physiological system or in our body, then we can, while doing a yoga or while planning a yoga module or during giving a particular yoga training or planning a yoga session, which is composed of multiple yogas, obviously. So then you can choose those particular yogas after understanding their actual demand. So we can, whatever means, after doing that yoga, obviously certain benefits most probably you will get after doing for a long time or after certain time. But if we know the physiology behind it of each yoga, then we can and design it accordingly, then we can maximize that particular yoga benefit. And obviously, so this is not only about the physiological response. So this is the acute response. This is known as the acute response. And when we are talking about the chronic part or the adaptation part, that is basically chronic when the time is getting involved. So the next part, I'll just address one point. So sometime emerging area is also working. That is the effect of yoga on gene expression. When we're talking about the adaptation part, means those who are doing a everyday meditation or everyday or regularly yoga, so certain changes are happening. So it's only from the system part or from the cellular or the cellular level or in the DNA. Is there any changes or gene expression changes are happening or not? So one very interesting finding that is known as the epigenetics part, one longitudinal observation was done in the year 2013 that yoga was able to induce rapid gene expression changes in peripheral blood mononuclear cells. And a cross-sectional study, that is the first one study in the year done on 2016 that basically highlighted methylation, that is the one epigenetic mechanism. Epigenetics, what is epigenetics? Basically each gene, the genetic code or mutation will not happen, the code will be same, but the expression of that gene sometime will increase or sometime it will get suppressed. So that part. So yoga, they saw that hypomethylation of a particular gene that is known as TNF, tumor necrosis factor gene got hypomethylation happened, and interleukin 6, which is an inflammatory marker or inflammatory protein, that appeared unaffected. So basically a further research into acute physiological responses and molecular or biochemical impact of yoga on certain biomarkers. For example, when you are telling that this yoga improves the digestive system, so obviously we should know, or it will improve the cardiac health or the cardiovascular system, we should know what should be the magnitude of increase or benefit. So that part, so a variety of body functions is warranted with larger studies required. So thank you all of you. So this is a very preliminary study we started and hope something will find. Thank you. Thank you.
So I am sure you will have a lot of questions, and for that, I openly invite you to visit the lab after lunch. So all of you, after lunch, you can go to the lab and discuss with sir if you have more questions. Okay. So really, this presentation was very nice, and it tells a lot of things that we need to know more than what we came to know. So with this, I now invite our honorable speaker, our very senior professor in the department, Dr. Shanti Ranjan Dasgupta, who is a celebrated orthopedic doctor in Kolkata and also a very well-known figure in the sports circle in the state of West Bengal. He's also the advisor to the Minister of Sports in West Bengal, and a very key person in the department since its inception, who has been instrumental in taking our department forward. So the talk that he will give will be on application of yoga on sports. This is a very important thing. We really look forward to the talk of Shanti Ranjan sir.
Thank you all. I don't know with which topic I should start, because this yoga, it was from ancient time in our system, but we never use it in proper way. Nowadays, we are very much keen to apply this thing in everywhere, including health and also the sports, everywhere, or also in the daily routine. So initially I heard so many topics regarding yoga. I'm very much afraid what I can deliver to you, everything is taught by someone. Arnav was giving very good lecture regarding the science, because when you used to learn something about the yoga, then our idea was that I must be very particular about the some of the ancient literature and all these things should come in that. Nowadays, with that philosophy, we can't explain properly. Now, what we are doing, we are explaining everything on our line or on the scientific line. So they also, they are the yoga science was there, but now it is, we are amalgamating this thing with our system. And both are incomplete. Still, we have the organs, we have the so many things. Our physiological activity. Now the day by day, this physiological activity is changing. What was taught in our book in physiology, now the sports person has changed everything. And very recently, one organ was discovered. It's like momentum. It also controls our total body. It will come up. But while dissecting our body, we never found all these things because there was no thing inside our brain. So we can't see it. We never see it. So now they are telling us everything is there. Like you all know what I used to tell, in our student life, when we were house staff, we used to tackle in surgery and medicine, mainly in the emergency, with the, what is called gastric bleeding and sometimes a melena. And in surgery, people used to, treat the perforation due to ulcer. And that was the cause of that ulcer, and the bleeding was intact as hyperacidity of your system. So what we used to do, anti-hyperacidic treatment. And initially it was, in Bangla, I am telling you, ghori keno ar goru keno. That was the treatment, initial. Tokhon kichu chilo na. Mane tumi ghori dhore dhore, tumi 2 ঘন্টা অন্তর দুধ খাও, এটাকে cool down করো, and then antacid like gelusil and XYZ discover, you take that thing. And we are really, everybody doing our house job and all these things. It was a problem for us to tackle. And cause was hyperacid. We have to see this acidic and all this. But in 70s, it's discovered that it is not due to hyperacidity. It is one bacteria which is called Halobacter pylori. This is the causative factor of ulcer. And when it discovered, immediately there is remedy of that. We can kill that bacteria with our medicine, and we can repair all these things within 3 weeks. Now it's not problem to us. So what was in our time, physiology, was that hyperacidity causes this. That has been changed. It is due to bacteria. Okay. So every time it's changing. That is my talking about all these things. So here you can see, if I talk about yoga, there are now, I will show you, there was a video, I was afraid that whether this video will be running or not, but I've seen that thing. So all the players who are very famous, renowned, they are using this yoga system. Still, I should say, there are so many asanas, and it's very difficult to perform if you don't practice it. But who used to practice in this in the early age, they can do in the age of 80 also. That is the system. That's why I was talking to my friend, biomechanist, that we should learn what is the biomechanics behind this asana. We should learn it. We should document it so that we can apply ourselves that thing. What one is, you all know, in Bangla it is called a dhauti on one thing. Dhauti means you intake water, and with the activity of the stomach, you can expel it out. If we know that thing, this procedure, if we can apply this thing in our body in the morning, I'm telling you, 90% of your disease or your problem will be solved. And that is not very tough. We can do it if we practice it. Every asana, we can practice it. So my main notion here is to tell you the application of yoga in our athletic personals. How? Forget about every other thing human beings are, but they are now. And in that context, I can say, we have our lockdown from March 23rd, 2020. It was up to this time, about 1.5 years. We are under. Yeah. During that time, there was no sports activity. You can't go outside. There will be no outside activity. Only thing was that you can make yourself fit in the way. But people used to do what to do. You are not allowed to go outside. So you are inside. I think only thing was there, the yoga. Yogic asana and all these things, you can do it inside the room also. So no problem. Inside your house also. So very much applicability of the yoga proved during this COVID situation that we must learn it. While this thing, you have seen Virat Kohli. He used to show he was not afraid of not practicing with this thing. He used to do this shadow practice and all, but he used to do this physical strengthening exercise inside his residence. Now he's fit like anything, and he can compete with everyone. This is the problem. If you can accept that thing, you have to accept this thing. And our problem is that we usually don't accept everything in that way. Oh, like Shushruta was the father of surgery, and we used to respect. He, during his time, have invented, have told us, do this thing. Nowadays, this is a modification is coming. So in yoga also, এটা হয় কিনা আমি কি করে বুঝবো, আমি করব কিনা, কি করব, এগুলো আমাদের ফালতু কোয়ারিজ থাকে। আমাকে চেষ্টা যদি করতে চাই, যেমন আমি একটা সিম্পল এক্সাম্পল দিচ্ছি। অনেকে আমাদের মধ্যে অনেকে আছেন তারা হোমিওপ্যাথি খেয়ে ভালো হলে বলে দূর হোমিওপ্যাথিকে কিছু হয় না। এটা কিন্তু অজ্ঞতার জন্য। উই ডোন্ট নো অ্যাবাউট দ্য হোমিওপ্যাথি। স্যার উই আটার না কিছু হবে না, ও খেতে পারেন আপনার ইচ্ছা, এটা করবেন। এটা আমাদের একটা ভুল ধারণা। সিমিলারলি এই যে যোগা, এটাকে অ্যাপ্লিকেশন, এটা কি করে এলো? এই যোগার অ্যাপ্লিকেশন আপনারা যদি, সৌরভ যখন আমাদের ক্যাপ্টেন ছিল সেই সময় ব্রেক চ্যাপেল এসেছিল আমাদের এখানে কোচ হয়ে। ও 9 জন কোচ নিয়ে এসেছিল, 9। তার মধ্যে যোগা ট্রেনারও ছিল। আমাদের আর্মিতে যে ট্রেনিং গুলো করে উনি সেটাও করাতেন। মানে কি, ওই এখন তার হেডিং এসছে ফিজিক্যাল স্ট্রেংথেনিং, সেটা যতভাবে পারা যায় সেইটা করা ছিল। ওরা কিন্তু তখন থেকেই অ্যাপ্লাই করছে। তখনও আমি বলছি আমরা অ্যাকসেপ্ট করিনি ওইভাবে। তারপর যখন গ্রেককে তাড়ানো হলো, নানা রকম গল্প করে তাড়ানো হয়, তো এইসব কিছু এক্সাম্পল দেওয়া হলো। কিন্তু হি ওয়াজ উইথ হিজ টিম ডিউরিং দ্যাট টাইম ফিট করার জন্য। আজকে সেটা প্রুভড। এবং অস্ট্রেলিয়াকে যদি মনে করেন, একটা টাইম ছিল অস্ট্রেলিয়ার ক্রিকেট, অনেক খেলাই আছে, ক্রিকেটটা অস্ট্রেলিয়ার পকেটে ছিল। 3টে ফরম্যাটে ওরা চ্যাম্পিয়ন হতো, যেটা আজকে ইন্ডিয়া হচ্ছে। ইন্ডিয়া সব জায়গায় কিন্তু যেতে পারছে ঠিক ওই পলিসিটা অ্যাপ্লাই করে। তো সেই সময়, যেমন আরো একটা কথা আমি বলছি, হঠাৎ ইম্পর্টেন্স অফ সাইকোলজিস্ট কিছু নাই। আমি এটা নিয়ে মাঠের সাথে অনেকদিন ধরে 90s থেকে আমি যুক্ত, আমি চেষ্টা করতাম এগুলোকে বোঝাতে, বুঝতো না, বোঝার চেষ্টাও কেউ করতো না। যাই হোক, তখন গেলে ইন্ডিয়ার রেজাল্ট খারাপ হতে আরম্ভ করলো। এবার দেন দে আস দ্য সাইকোলজিস্ট, আমাকে বলতো একটা সাইকোলজি জোগাড় করে দিন। আমি সাইকোলজি দিয়ে দিলে তুমি রেজাল্ট ভালো করে নেবে? তোমার একটা কন্টিনিউয়াস প্রসেস লাগে। সে এসে বলবে হ্যাঁ খেললে জিতবে, ওটা করলে পুরস্কার পাবে, এই সাইকোলজি সবাইরই আছে। সেটা সবচেয়ে বড় উদাহরণ ছিল আমাদের পিকে ব্যানার্জি। পিকে মানে যেখানেই কোচ করেছে সেখানেই ওর একটা ইম্পর্টেন্স ছিল, মানে ওনার মাথায় বুদ্ধি ছিল যে এই প্লেয়ারকে নিতে হবে, এই প্লেয়ারকে নিয়ে বেস্ট প্লেয়ারকে বেছে নিল, বেছে নিয়ে উনি ভোকাল টনিকের জন্য এক্সপার্ট ছিল। ওই বুস্ট আপ করতো, করে খেলা বার করে নিয়ে যেত। ট্রেনিং ফ্রেনিং এ ধার ধারতো না। কারণ প্রদীপদার সাথে আমার মনে আছে একদিন প্রদীপদা বসে বসে বলছে, আমি তো যখন বসে থাকি তখনই কোয়াড্রিসেপস এক্সারসাইজ করি, করি, আপনি কিছু বললাম না। সিনিয়র লোক বসে বসে কোয়াড্রিসেপস করে আছে, সময় দেয় না, এইসব কয়েকটা টার্মস বলতো। কিন্তু এরা ফিজিক্যালের উপর কোনোদিন যায়নি। তো আমি একদিন বলেছিলাম সাইকোলজির উপর জোর দিচ্ছেন না, বলে কোথায় নেই তো সাইকোলজিস্ট। আমি কে বলেছেন? আমি ইয়েতে আমাদের সিইউতে আছে, সিইউতে একটা স্পোর্টস সাইকোলজি পার্টই আছে ওদের। আমি যখন সিইউতে জিজ্ঞেস করছি, ওরা বলে কেউ আসেনি, কি করবো, আমাদের তো মাঠে তো অ্যালাউ করে কি সাইকোলজি করে। আমরা এইগুলো কিন্তু আটকে রেখেছি স্টিল টুডে। অ্যামেথি ওরা বোধহয় খুলেছে কিছু, সেটাও প্র্যাকটিক্যাল ব্যাপারটা হয় না, কিন্তু সিইউতে এখনো অধরা চলছে যে এটার একটা অ্যাপ্লিকেশন, এত কিছু এসেছে, এটা এত একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট পার্ট। যার জন্য আমি ওদেরকে একটা জিনিস বলি যে আমরা যে কোনো খেলাধুলো একটা যদি আমি ট্রায়াঙ্গেল টানি, সেই ট্রায়াঙ্গেলে তিনটে অ্যাঙ্গেলে হচ্ছে, একটা হচ্ছে ফিজিক্যাল ফিটনেস বা ফিজিক্যাল স্ট্রেংথ কার ঠিক আছে, একটা হচ্ছে তোমার স্কিল, কতটা স্কিলড তুমি খেলায়, আর একটা হচ্ছে সাইকোলজি। These are the three, 33, 33, 33, 99, and 1% is luck. এটাই 100. You apply this formula in your life also. This is 33, 33, 33, and 1. পরীক্ষায় বসে ওই প্রিপারেশনে যেতে হবে, ওই সাইকোলজি নিয়ে প্রচন্ড ভালো প্রিপারেশন করি, যে সাইকোলজিক্যালি অফ হয়ে আছি, পরীক্ষা ভালো হবে না, সব মেলানো যায় ওইটা দিয়ে। সিমিলারলি এই খেলাধুলোতে দিস আর দ্য থ্রি কম্পোনেন্টস মেইন, ইউ উইল হ্যাভ টু অ্যাকসেপ্ট ইট। এবার তার মধ্যে যেটা ফিজিক্যাল ফিটনেস, সেটা সবচেয়ে বেশি। আরেকটা জিনিস যেটা আমি বলছিলাম, যে আজকে ফিজিক্যাল ব্যাপারটা, আজকে যখন 400 বা 400 মিটারসটা দৌড়ালো প্রথম, যেটা রেকর্ড হলো, যে টাইমে প্রবলি 4 পয়েন্ট অর সামথিং লাইক দ্যাট একটা ইয়েতে করলো, তখন আমাদের হিস্ট্রি অফ স্পোর্টস সায়েন্সে বলা হচ্ছে যে দিস ইজ দ্য ফিজিওলজিক্যাল ব্যারিয়ার ব্রোকেন। এটা একটা অলিম্পিক ফিজিওলজিতে ওইটা করা যেত না, মানে যতক্ষণ যদি আমাদের ফিজিওলজি। এবার তো রোজই চেঞ্জ হচ্ছে। আজকে না, but I'm telling about the exercise and all this thing. What I used to follow this, you should think a triangle, and in the triangle one side will be the skill of a sports person, then one part will be the physical strengthening, and another will be psychological, and 1% is luck. And these three will make you successful in everywhere, in every life. This is the then this way the running, because while you are playing, you have got the skill, fine, you have got the strength and you know how all these things, but you are psychologically bit off. I'm telling you, you can't go for the result. It will not be. That's why you will say that while doing the IPL and all these things, which is very costly game now, is that if any problem, then they send the player to his country, go and solve it. But their contract is in terms of crores, not less than 10, 20 or like this according to player. But they will have to sacrifice that player for coming 2 matches or 1 matches, because there is some problem in the house, they will have to go. And coach never asks them go for play and all these things, they can come. Only exception was, there was some exception. Only exception was Sachin Tendulkar. He was there, his father died on that day, and he played the next day for India. And probably he got a century also. So there are some exception. And after doing his century, I remember I saw that thing. So he was doing up in the sky. So some of the things which is very important in life, you'll have to maintain all these things, and you'll have to go for this thing. You apply yourself very politely, that everything is easy. I am telling you, it's the only country, the India, whenever they participated in any game, you will see we are champion or runners in any game. Like if you go for chess, now recently the Thomas Cup, then hockey, then cricket, then football. Once we are football champion in Asia also, we played for Olympic also. In every game, India participated and India won the medal. So we have got a very vast majority of skill in India. And only skill, and you can ask me how our football goes down while we were fourth in the Olympic at once upon a time. Now, there is no question of qualification. You can't qualify. Problem is that we forget about the scientific application of our body. All other countries, they apply the scientific, ideas and all these things. They train in that way. Very recently, we have purchased some of the machine. Dr. Arnav is doing very good job. And I am telling you, this is the first time in Bengal that of the machine. And we are trying to popularize that machine so that the sports person should come here. They should check themselves. They can see what to do. I mean, one thing I'm telling you, we used to go for the ACL, anterior cruciate ligament tear in the knee, which is very important for all the players in the knee. So we can do that thing, operation, all these things. This is microsurgery. If you practice it, it's okay, you can do it. There are a lot of surgeons, thousands of surgeons can do it. Problem is that while going back to your field, you must see what is your position, what is your condition of the muscle, whether you will be able to go for the play or not. You can remember very recently, one player, he is from outside, Shoni Nardi, he used to play for the Mohun Bagan. And very good player, striker and all these things. He had got an injury, ACL injury. Then he contacted South African doctors. They are famous. So he told him, so you go for exercise first, do the exercise for 3 months, then come here at South Africa, Cape Town, and then we will do the surgery. So he went there, he done everything, and then come back. Then he took about another 3 months or 4 months, then he joined the game. But his performance graph was just at the level of 0. Problem is that, and we missed his game. We used to enjoy his game. It's very beautiful to see everyone who used to see the football in our part. He was a key person. But these are the problems. They don't maintain it. When you will have to send the patient back in the field, you will have to assess it. How can you assess? We purchase that machine. What is your muscle? What is your muscle load? What can it take? You will have to see all these things. Otherwise, you should not send it. And last month, I've got a meeting with PG. Our sports minister was there. So they are going to open a sports medicine center, all these things. Too many high, they've spent a lot of money and all. So that is a rehab center. So I told him that we have the laggings of the rehabilitation. We don't know, we don't care. Surgery can do everybody, but rehabilitation and sending him back to game is very important. And that we will have to follow. And I told our Belur that you send the sports person, you very much welcome all these things. And we should go for a holistic approach of this thing. Everybody. That's why Belur is contractual with, or we have more signed with government also. Now with Calcutta University. If needed, we will go to Kalyani also, so that we should come together. We should see what is this thing, what we should do. Because for the junior, like one example I am telling you, why it is very important. Very recently, one person is from Nadia, Kalyani or this thing, while playing football, he died. Unfortunately, he was contacted with the team which I used to represent time, this East Bengal. This year, he will be playing for us. And we contacted him in 1.3 lakhs for the year. A very poor family. So he died while playing. Then there was controversy. While everybody, when there is a death and all these things, which it should not be done, it should be this thing. Then I checked everything, whether there was any time, any medical examination done. They said no. And his family, his club and everything requested our minister, sports minister, that you please ring him so that we can get the body immediate. Yes, we need that thing. But I was shouting, why? Because we must know what is the cause. We don't know what is the cause. Now, one of person, he was playing in earlier days in Kalighat, MS or all this thing. His president was telling me, yes, I understand. He used to sit, and after finishing the game, he used to sit, he never stand. For it is a history 5 or 6 years back. They never checked it. This is a problem. That's why these things, these sports science or all application, yoga in sports science at every game, we should be cooperative, we should be vocal, you should come so that our skill should be very much developed. And I am telling you, if you can take this challenge, within 10 years, India will show their performance in every field. No problem. And we have a archery, what is called, academy in Bengal, that is in Jhargram. This is one of our scout or our boy has won the gold medal in Asia. So we can, if you can give the scientific training and all these things, we can get the good result. And that is coming. আচ্ছা আমি কি এটা কি করব চেঞ্জ করার ঠিক আছে আচ্ছা একটু I will request you just see benefits of yoga. You can go for a quick reading and all these things, like it improves concentration. The yoga asana, balancing pose, pranayama like anulom, bilom, and all this thing, you know, meditation, these are the benefits of yoga. 1, 2, 3, 4, like this, they are 5, 6, tone up the muscular nervous system, everything. If you see, these are the benefits. Why might an athlete seek yoga? You can see repeated injury, feeling of stiffness, drop in performance, or aspiration for the high performance, because they have read that it can help. These are the things, these are the benefits for the athletes that we know, but we must make them convinced, yes, you can do it. If you can do this thing, yoga asana for the 6 months, then you can get the result, definitely. And we are also thinking that we will bring some of the person or sports personnel here. They will do all this, exercise asana, either 2 or 3 or 4. Then we will check him after 6 months. What is the improvement clinically? And then we can see it biochemically. We can test his oxidative stress. You can test his blood lactate situation. Everything we can test after doing this exercise. That is, we are planning for this. And we want all the people, all the sports persons should come here so that we can perform all these things in together. And we can publish if you are interested, those who are reading, then you can give a very good information to the sports fraternity, because we don't know. And we don't know what is really the benefit. We can show it with this thing, right? Next, yoga for sports people session structure. These are all the things you can see. You see what Sachin Tendulkar tells. I will always be thankful for the wonderful asana Guruji, that is BKS Iyengar, taught me. A player like Sachin, after Bradman, he is the person we all used to salute every time. This is his version. Okay. So we should not hesitate about this. This is what is the benefit of yoga and PhD. This person, he played for at least 40 years, nearing 40 years. About 5 to 6 operations done in his body. 5 to 6, remember. Then once again, he has got a very bad type of low back pain. Very bad type of low back pain. And while playing cricket, bowling, batting, fielding, everything, if you have back pain, then you can't play properly. With all these things, he has got tennis elbow, go for surgery. He has got the shoulder problem, go for surgery. Everything done and played for about nearing 40 years. And this is quote, I will always be thankful for the wonderful asana Guruji taught me. That is the importance. Then you can see, this is practicing those asana helped me a lot throughout my career. And when Sachin used to tell all these things, there is no doubt about it, it gives this thing in proper way, right? Next, you can see, he is the famous sports person, practice yoga. A former Australia opener, Justin Langer, took to yoga during his team tour of India in 2004, making a visit to Pune, Iyengar Yoga Institute. He was there in 2004. To always salute Sachin Tendulkar is the god of cricket. Okay, so he went to, Justin Langer went to Iyengar Yoga Institute to learn how this is, our famous player. We enjoy his batting every time. If he stays in the crease for 15 minutes or 20 or 25, then he will give you the entertainment. He's the best performer he can do. And he is also the Indian opener Shikhar Dhawan, has several years been a yoga practitioner. If you go for this thing, you'll have to do proper way. Then Giggs. He is a 35 PFA footballer of the year 2009, 10 league titles, 4 FA Cup winner medals, and 2 champion of the league medals, and over 700 appearances for the Manchester United. He appeared 700 times for the Manchester United. And Manchester United, you know, is also a very good performer in football. So he's of that. He says, yoga has helped me prolong his career for the past 5 years. It tests part of your body that you just don't use in football. First time I did it about 5 years ago. I was completely naked and I went home from the training ground and slept for 3 hours. They are training for they are getting. They are the famous player. And then you see, this is the famous sports person practicing yoga. The Britain's #1 tennis player regularly practice Bikram, that is hot yoga. Being tennis player, we got very stiff, especially changing the surface a lot in the off season. And when you are doing a lot of training, it's a great way of getting the use to the heat and also improving your flexibility. When you are just stretching after matches, you are just maintaining your flexibility, but it improves a lot. Eta Andy Marriott boktobbo. David Duval, the yoga gives me the greater range of motion in the hip and shoulder joint, which generates extra power and distance. এই খেলাটা হয়তো অনেকে জানেন, this is a very tough game. এটার মেন্টাল ওয়ার্ক অনেক বেশি, এটা যতটা ফিজিক্যাল না লাগে মেন্টাল. When you are pushing that ball, that will go there in a hole. Concentrating your mind in that way is very difficult. And concentration also needs your physical fitness. Next, there are some, we are avoiding all these things, but if you learn it from there, this is 6 weeks yoga certificate in sports coaching conducted by Sai. Then diploma sports coaching in yoga conducted by Sai. Then presently in different sports institutions conducting the sports performance enhanced related yoga course time to time. Here I can point it out, in our institution, we are doing the MA and MSc course in yoga. Yoga is very serious to us, and we are in belief that if we can do yoga for our players, if we can popularize it, then we must get our result in future. That's why we never go for 6 weeks or diploma or certificate. No, come and you go for a thorough study. That will give us, and our institution will lead India, I'm telling you, if you can do it for another 10 years. And then I'm sure. Okay, this is what in short, but I'm telling everybody is hungry for 1:30. So you, anytime, you know, for yoga, we can talk a lot because we don't know. Regularly, we are getting some information you should do. So this will be the pioneer institution that show it scientifically that yoga improves our physical strengthening and everything. Thank you very much for your patience hearing. I believe that's will enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The last speaker is our Professor Shubhadeep Pal. Very interesting topic. He will talk about consciousness. I hope you are awake.
Respected pranams to the Maharaj and my colleagues, and hi to my dear students. So we are already late and we are all hungry, so I'll keep it brief. So today we'll talk about the neuroscience of consciousness. So my name is Shubhadeep Pal. So I am an assistant professor here. So my background is physics and then I shifted to neuroscience. I do basically computational and mathematical modeling of human brain. So I'm not an expert on yoga or anything. So I will talk about how how we think about consciousness in the context of neuroscience. And this notion of consciousness will be vastly different from the notion you get from the scripture. So I have prepared you. I think I have prepared you enough what you are going to get. So today we'll talk about how the neurobiological view of consciousness helps us to diagnose a disorder of consciousness in clinic. So what is consciousness? So in the context of neuroscience, consciousness is consciousness deals all those things like sensory, the touch, vision, and all those things, attention, our memory. What is memory? We can understand that our ability to remember things, our motivation, and so many things. So all those things together in neuroscience we call, if somebody is functioning, having all those functions normally, then that person is conscious. So as I told earlier, so not necessarily, there is no well agreed definition of consciousness, and different school of thoughts define consciousness in different ways, and there is no well agreement. So I am not talking about any other school of thought. Here I am talking about the neurobiological understanding about consciousness, and which may not agree with the other notions as well. So I am very clear at the beginning. So but here, to declare somebody as conscious, you'll have to assess so many things. So if you want to do that in the clinical situation, that will be very difficult. Consider an emergency situation when somebody had some accident and all. So you'll have to process things faster. So not necessarily we have the luxury to test all those functions in a human brain related to the human body and brain and decide whether he or she is conscious or not. So we go for a shortcut. So roughly in that context, that consciousness is composed of two components. One is wakefulness and another is awareness. So what is wakefulness? So we can use real approach, like see whether the person's eyes are closed or not. But I can be awake, my eyes could be closed. So that is that simplest way to make decision regarding my wakefulness would not be correct. So more objective approach would be to do an EEG. So how the EEG wave looks in a wakeful state. So if my EEG wave looks like that, then you may more objectively conclude that I am awake. So assessing, but the another component of consciousness, so that is awareness, is much more difficult than assessing wakefulness. So when we try to assess the awareness, when we try to understand whether the person is aware or not, we follow a command following approach. So we give some command, squeeze my hand, whether you can see me, how many fingers are there, and all those things. So these very simplified approaches are used in the context of clinic when we try to understand when somebody has some kind of head trauma or some kind of thing, or exposure to chemical or something, special chemicals or something. So we follow these simple methods to have understanding whether what is the level of consciousness in that person. Oh, okay. So as per the neurobiological view of consciousness, so our brain is the main thing. So it is the seat of consciousness, and this notion may not agree with the other notion of consciousness. But human brain is a complex information processing system. So we barely know how it works.
right now we are scratching at the surface and trying to generate more and more understanding how our brain works. So the ultimate goal of neuroscience is to, so we know about neuron, those are cells. So there are other type of cells also. So they come together and produce some circuit, and that circuit helps us to behave. So ultimate goal, so this is a very rough way of speaking, but ultimate aim is to understand from the molecules, from the gene level, neuron level, how our mind emerge, how our behavior emerge. So all those things are not clearly understood. Very roughly at this point, we can talk about this. That's why it is called the unexplored area of science, the frontier area of science. And some people even say it is the last frontier of science. So we have better understanding regarding our body part, but regarding brain, our understanding is comparatively very, very poor. So here you can see the topmost part of the brain. Okay, so I have used different color to specify the function. Some blue colors that you can say somatosensory regions, or those regions help us to appreciate the touch and all those things. So red colored area, those are called default mode area. So these are known to get affected in Alzheimer's disease and all those things. So these are the part of our cortex. So how we can define these areas? So for each area, so there is best brain function. So how do we measure? We use EEG or fMRI, we get activity. So the temporal variation, the way the activity changes with time. So if you are within the same colored regions, so activities are similar. So very roughly speaking, of course. And here, and I'm mentioning this because I will use this notion to define the neural basis of consciousness. So then this is the top part of the brain, which is called cerebral cortex. And now you have the bottom part of the brain. So there are many areas all like that. So we need good functioning or good integrity of these brain regions. So if they are well integrated and functioning properly, then our consciousness is maintained. If those kind of organization or tightly working configuration of those brain breaks down, then what happens? Our consciousness gets impaired. So as we have mentioned that we are mainly interested about the disorders of consciousness. So you have coma, vegetative state, and minimally conscious state. In coma, there is no sign of wakefulness and awareness. In vegetative state, you are awake, but there is no sign of awareness. And minimally conscious state, like you are awake, but the signs of awareness are not consistent. So there are standard ways, bedside processes to decide after a traumatic accident or something, which state you are, whether you have coma, vegetative state, and minimally conscious state. But the thing is that always those classifications are not error-free, because here mainly we ask the question to person, can you follow my command? Sometimes what happens, they can hear you, but they have lost their all ability to make you understand that they can hear you and respond. So in that case, probably we'll say the person is in vegetative state or minimally conscious state. So for that, so for that, we so to avoid that kind of misdiagnosis, we can use a technique called fMRI. Okay. So as I mentioned, I was talking about that sometimes, although people can understand your instructions, but they fail to respond to your command. So if they fail to respond or make you understand that they understood you, so in that case, mostly we'll consider the person is in a vegetative state or minimally conscious state. But that is not true, because they could hear you, but we could not understand that they could follow us. But in this context, if you do fMRI and the person is not responding, but you are giving them instruction to do something, like imagine you are playing tennis, or imagine you are roaming inside the room. So here you can see some of those patients which were characterized to have vegetative state or minimally conscious state in standard clinical state. we can see they can follow your command and do all those tasks. So that's how the neuroimaging is helping us to understand the clinical context of human consciousness using different sophisticated tools. So I think that's it for today. Now we are ready for lunch.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you to all the participants, all professors for their nice deliberations, and thanks to our revered Pro Chancellor Maharaj, Vice Chancellor Maharaj, and the chief guest. Now we have come to the formal end of this program. I request all participants to proceed outside for the group photo, that is at the end of the behind the Pragya Bhavan, for a quick group photo, and then you can take your certificate of participation and proceed towards the Annapurna mess. Thank you once again. This was a grand success, the whole program. I thank everybody for participating. Namaste.